Yeah, it's a major headache for the Scorpions. They haven't just lost wickets to the spinners that we spoke about. They've also found a way to lose wickets to pacers quite early. Sherman Lewis got 3 early today.
Here's a man in the deep. It won't carry though. Boundary's been extended to make it equidistant. It's about 62 meters all around. Denver again in the spotlight.
Yeah, pretty short and helped on the leg side. Fortunately for Bonner, he doesn't make a good enough connection for it to carry to that man Denver.
Yeah, batters are going to have to be cognizant today, Sally, because that is hitting into the wind, and the wind at times can be quite rampant, blowing across the ground, so may not be the best of options. Bono was fortunate. Good start for Larry Edward. 2 from the over, 42 for 3. Three early wickets lost for Jamaica. Since then, though, a decent partnership, up to 20 now between Bonner and Powell. A double change. Daryl Cyrus, who picked up 4 in that first game, he played. Now has an opportunity. And with Bonner and Powell, they're 2 right-handers, but also knowing the difficulties Powell has had against leg spin. No real surprise.
And he starts right on the money, Daryl Cyrus. He did get a few to bounce and turn when he bowled against Barbados Pride.
Hope he's okay. That just, he seemed like his knee stuck in the turf. It looks gruesome every time you see it. Sure you've had a few of those, Sally.
Fortunately, if never. I perfected this slide, Nikhil. Just want to land on the outside of your thigh as opposed to the knee.
Cyrus from St. Vincent. He played the 1 game last season, and it was against CCC, and he took 2 wickets in that encounter, then got the opportunities against the Pride. But it was again against CCC in the first game he played this year, where he got the 4 for 54. Correction, he's from Grenada, not St. Vincent. Interesting that they've taken off Hodge, after the 5 overs went for just 13. May have a part to play later on.
Yeah, that's precisely the reason Andrew Fletcher would have taken him off. A good 5 overs. But he doesn't want him to bowl too many and then not be able to call upon him later on in the game. Changing field. Another fielder has to cover.
Leg slip again. Leg spin again. And it's Daryl Cyrus getting the big wicket of Captain Rodman Powell. The drop doesn't cost the Volcanoes too much.
He continues to struggle against balls spinning away from him, Rodman Powell. He's just not getting into the best positions, and it's an easy catch for Andre Fletcher. First wicket for Daryl Cyrus today. Rodman Powell has to go for just 13 runs. Jamaica 48 for 4.
Brad Barnes hasn't really made an impression yet in list day cricket, but it is a huge wicket of Rodman Powell is the reason why he's come to the crease.
Yeah, very expansive drive. And just look at his left foot. It gets nowhere close to the pitch of the ball. And all he can do is manage an outside edge to Andre Fletcher. Gleefully accepts. Good bowling by Cyrus though. Well flighted, and he was able to extract a bit of turn. Scorpions in a lot of trouble. A lot of work for Bonner and Barnes now.
Oh, mix up, big mix up. Direct hit, I reckon he was gone. All happening. Now they'll get the run.
Yeah, miscommunication between Bonner and Brad Barnes. Ball was guided to the left of Cabin Hodge, fielding at backward point. Initially they jogged, but then Bonner sensed there was a chance for a second run. He was almost run out at the non-striker's end. Had Johnson Charles said he would have been sure at Bonner. Lucky escape for Scorpions. Those 2 runs brought up to 50 for the Scorpions, 50 for 4.
Oh yes, oh yes,
And body language is amazing. The impact that a few wickets can make. Body language of the Volcanoes looks upbeat. You can hear them in the effects mics, loud. The complete contrast for the team on the other side. Bonner looks like he's struggling a bit. He's missed a game already this season with illness.
Yeah, he seems to be in a bit of a bother. Seems to be experiencing some type of discomfort. Bonner, for that reason, the physio runs out just to check and see if he's okay. We do hope he's okay though. It won't be easy if you're ill and you have to play in this heat.
Yeah, missed that game against the West Indies Academy, came back against CCC. A lot has happened though since Fletcher won the toss, opted to bowl. 4 wickets to fall, 3 of them in the first power play. Lewis getting a shape of away movement. Got a crucial wicket of Walton, who's been good this season. Then Mackenzie driving against pace again. Smart catch. And disappointment for Blackwood. Just rolled back onto the stumps. And Rodman Powell again, leg spin doing the trick.
Yeah, sorry story for the Jamaica Scorpions. Rodman Powell, their captain, just gone, dropped on 11, and then only added 2. None for Chadwick Walton, 6 for Blackwood, 3 for Mackenzie. Those are the batters dismissed so far.
Bonner looks okay. It's got to start. We'll want to build on this. Yeah, I was observing Larry Edwards' record here. It's actually quite impressive, Shakira. He's obviously been around for a long time. He's got 3 4-wicket hauls in list day cricket, and 2 of them have come at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
It's a happy hunting ground for Larry Edward. And he almost adds to that tally, Nikhil. Gets the outside edge of Nkrumah Bonner. Luckily for Bonner, is safely away from Sunil Ambrose.
Doesn't seem to be the easiest of surfaces to bat on. I wonder what effect the lights will have a bit later on. Maybe if there's a dew factor as well. Seems like a good toss to win though for Andre Fletcher.
Finish well. Oh yes, Barry.
54 for 4.
Barry.
Great start by the Windward Islands bowlers in this must-win game for both sides. Battle of the basement. Loser, you would have to say, is going to be out of contention to get to the semi-finals. The winner, though, will have a chance still. Now, Nkrumah Bonner struggling a bit here. The physio's come back on again. He's taking in some fluids. And it means that we're going to take in some fluids as well. Just while we wait to see if he's okay, we're going to have a Blue Waters drinks break. Familiar problems for the defending champions, the Jamaica Scorpions, in this CG United Super 50 Cup, playing against the Windward Islands, the 2 sides yet to win a game. And Jamaica, a 54 for 4 after 13 overs. Walton, Blackwood, McKenzie, and crucially the skipper, Rothman Powell, all gone. Bonner and Barnes at the crease now. So Curtly Ambrose alongside me. Good afternoon, Curtly. Some good bowling, though.
Very, very good bowling, Matt, especially from Sherman Lewis. Got the wicket of Chadwick Walton, caught it first, then a bowl on caught. Then Blackwood a little bit unfortunate. And then Cyrus got the big fish. Rodman Powell, the captain, caught it first slip. And they are really struggling.
And this is why this game is so crucial. The Windwards have got 6 points, courtesy of bonus points. Jamaica only 3, but you can get a lot of bonus points in this competition. We saw earlier the Leeward Islands get 10 against Jamaica. So you can win a game and get, say, 8, 9, 10 plus points. So whoever does win this game, and the Windwards have already got a bonus point through their bowling, could well be shooting up that table. 5 bowlers used so far, 3 spinners and 2 seamers. Only 2 seamers picked today. Lewis the pick of them, of course. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 18 so far. Cavum Hodge has been tidy as well with his left arm spin with the new ball. And we're ready to go. Looks like Nkrumah Bonner feeling a bit better. We had the physio on earlier, checking him out. He's been taking on a lot of water. Maybe feeling a bit under the weather. He's not on strike, though. It's Brad Barnes, the new batter. Made his first-class debut for Jamaica back in March. And this is only his 3rd list day game. Played 1 so far in this competition. Facing up to the leg spin of Daryl Cyrus, who's already picked up the big wicket of the Jamaica captain. A lot resting on Bonner, but he needs someone to stay with him here. Can Barnes be that man? Quick single. A run in the end. Cyrus, though, getting a nice bit of in-drift, curtly into the right-hander, and he's turning it.
Very encouraging sign. Certainly a bit of purchase for the leg spinner. Daryl Cyrus.
Man out long on for Bonner. They want to keep Barnes on strike, don't they? Although they are keeping long on and deep backwards, square leg out. No one in the ring on the leg side at the moment. He has bowled a line generally outside of off stump. 2 slips in.
A really packed offside field. And the good thing about it, Matt, is that he has good control. Bowling to the field that he has. Only 2 fielders on the leg side, a long on and a deep backward square. As the Jamaica Scorpions batting continues to struggle in this tournament.
Good searching over from the leggy. 56 for 4. Going to continue with spin. 4 spinners picked by the Windward Islands today. We've seen 3 of them so far. Harry Edward to continue. Second of their 2 left-arm spinners. We mentioned, didn't we, at the top of the show, Curtly, about all of the international experience that's in this Jamaica Scorpions lineup, particularly with the bat. Very similar unit to last year. Brandon King, admittedly, is not there, but apart from that, they've got pretty much the same unit. They've added Fabian Allen as well. How do you explain the drop-off from last year? That reminded me of England, really, in terms of England's defence of the World Cup. This is a similar defence from the Scorpions.
I'm very amazed the way they are playing, the Jamaica Scorpions.
Oi. Lovely, lovely.
So much batting ability in that lineup. They certainly aren't playing like defending champions.
Possibly a half chance there. Did go quite fast and low.
Would have been a good catch. It was low to his stronger side as well, his left side. Just couldn't hold on.
Oi.
Well, that would have summed up Jamaica's day so far had that been taken. Let's have a look at it one more time. Good hand, but those either stick or they don't. Didn't have much time to react, Larry Edward. They've actually put down 2 catches now. One of them was a lot easier than that one. Hopefully this one won't
Oi.
be regretted. 57 for 4.
Sorry, yeah.
Those 4 dots have just pegged Jamaica back here. They lost a wicket in the very first over. Their leading scorer in the competition, Chadwick Walton. And they've lost wickets at regular intervals ever since. To do with a big knock from that man, Kruma Bonner. Oh. Oh, it was the Yorker, wasn't it? I think he thought it was a full toss, tried to swipe it into the gap on the leg side. Done by the flight, though. Now, one fielder in the ring on the leg side, but he's behind square, so still plenty of space in front of square on the leg side for singles and twos. Says a lot, doesn't it, as you say there, about Daryl Cyrus's faith in his own control. You don't often see a leggy with a field like that. No one in front of square on the leg side. You know what the plan is, outside off stump.
And he's doing a brilliant job up to this point. Runs are hard to come by for the Scorpions. Continue to create pressure. Cyrus with his leggies. Already got the big wicket of Captain Rovman Powell.
Lofted on purpose by Bonner. That's graceful. He didn't try to overhit there at all, did he? Just made sure he cleared the man at extra cover.
Good timing. And that's the hallmark of Nkrumah Bonner. He's not a power hitter. Times the ball very well. Picked his spot. And that's a welcome boundary for the Scorpions. That should ease the pressure just a little bit.
Absolute peach of a delivery. Perfect. Do well to nick that one. 61 for 4.
Larry. Same thing, no change.
5 bowlers used so far. Still one to come. We haven't seen the off-spinner Kenneth Demba yet. But no need for him at the moment with two right-handed batters in. The other bowlers going well. Short leg in.
Last ball of the previous over. Look where that pitched him at. Outside leg stump. Shane Warne-esque type of delivery.
Yeah, Old Trafford, Mike Gatting. Drift in, spin away. Fantastic combination. He did well there, he controlled that Bonner. Could have easily top-edged that for a catch. Well fielded by Hodge. Bonner wanted three, Barnes said no.
Poor running. Poor running. That should have been three easy. That ball almost got to the boundary ropes. And they barely completed two. That's poor running. They're both jogging. Probably thought the ball would have gone to four. Too late.
Now, when you're a team that's desperate for points, you can't afford to be doing that. Sends out a really bad message, doesn't it, to anyone watching? Lack of intensity. Got to be scrapping for every run here if you're in Jamaica's position. Defending champions, lost 4 in a row. They need to find something from somewhere, need a bit of energy. Not going to get it with running like that. Incidentally, Nkrumah Bonner has been in terrible form of late. That 28 not out is his highest score in his last 15 innings in all formats, believe it or not. Again, just hesitation in the run, but they do get there.
That's not encouraging at all. How is he still in the team?
Oh, he's not in the test side anymore, is he? He's had a great start to his test career. And has been out of nick, so he's lost his place there. Still in the Jamaica side. .65 for 4. Only 2 batters to reach double figures so far. Rothman Powell out for 13. Nkrumah Bonner still there on 29. Top 3 all out very cheaply. Things could have been a lot worse as well here for Jamaica. 2 catches have been dropped. Rothman Powell was dropped before he was out, so that didn't cost too much.
Torres dropped at mid-off. Easy catch put down. Didn't cause them anything. And that was a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, Demba's one, the first one. That was should have been pretty simple, really. I think he got in a strange position. Was down on his knees. Could have just stood up, really, and taken it low. Well, that's the only 2 blemishes, really, on a very, very good first 17.5 overs or so. That's a big shot when the ball is turning away from you. It's going to be 4 byes, though.
What a delivery. Bounce. Turn. Keeper couldn't hold on. Brilliantly bowled once more. Daryl Cyrus continues to create problems for the batters.
You've already seen your captain get out like that, though, haven't you? It's a big risk to play that shot, particularly early in your innings. The ball's not quite there. Might be two here if they go quickly. Cyrus does well.
Brilliant work. He quickly realized how deep the long on and the deep back of square is, so he gave chase, limit them to one. That's good cricket.
Yep. Could be some twos out there. They can drop the ball with enough pace just past the ring. That's a drag down. First really bad delivery he's bowled, but no damage.
Because of the pressure he has created, and Kumar Banner couldn't do anything with that delivery. Just managed to get a single. It's all Windward Islands Volcanoes at the moment. The Scorpions, no sting in the tail just yet.
Yeah, they're stingless at the moment. 72 for 4. Current run rate gets them up to 200 from here. 6 and over, 264. Playing today on the pitch that was used in the first two games, which was not a high-scoring pitch. Got to bear that in mind. Those first two games, Jamaica were bowled out for 123 in the second game by the Leeward Islands. In the first game, 229, enough for Guyana to win against the Windward Islands. So do Jamaica have to just look at that and think, well, maybe 220, something like that, might not be a bad score on this pitch. We've just got to tough it out, get a partnership together.
That's exactly what is needed. A good, solid partnership. This one is only 24 runs at the moment, but it's building. Lots of overs still to come.
Keep using it. Keep using it. Do not go such it.
We saw Daryl Cyrus bowling without a fielder in front of square on the leg side in the ring, and Larry Edward is doing exactly the same thing. They've got a clear plan here, the Windward Islands spinners. And it says a lot about the control that they both have, these gentlemen. Andre Fletcher, very happy for them to have that field.
And that's key, the control. They're probably saying to the Jamaica batters, we bowling off stump, you want to go leg side, you can take your chances. Good plan by the skipper.
Oh, yes.
Really good bowling this, 73 for 4. Lots of hard work to do from here for Jamaica. They do have a bit of batting to come. Brad Barnes, the last of the frontline batters, but you've got the likes of Odin Smith, Fabian Allen to come, all rounders. You don't want Odean Smith coming in too early because he's just going to tee off, really. And that's been part of their problem this year, is that Rovman Powell, who was the leading run scorer in the competition last year, generally was coming in later in the innings. This time, he's coming in too early for his liking. He's not able to utilise the innings and the overs that he wants. He's always vulnerable when he comes in early, Rovman Powell.
It's not the kind of surface that is really conducive to power hitting. It's a bit low and slow. Power hitters need the ball to be coming onto the bat a bit more.
That's got through. That's going to be more buys. Looks like it'll be 2. Very full, that delivery, to try and get the slog sweep out.
Johnson Charles, the wicket keeper, not having a good time behind the stumps against the leggy. Was a bit late. Was struck on the forearm.
Yeah, you sense that Cyrus's accuracy is just causing the batters occasionally to take a real risk, particularly Barnes. There's that accuracy again. Top bowling this. 20 overs gone, 76 for 4.
As expected for the Volcanoes, spin dominating. A lot of pressure being built by these two, Edward and Cyrus specifically. 10 overs of them, and now it's time for a bowling change. Kavim Hodge was back into the attack, bowled 5 overs with the new ball, and now has returned. And Darren Ganga's alongside me.
Afternoon, Nickel. 5 overs of seam, 5 overs of spin in that first power play. Then it's been all spin in power play 2. Did mention the tournament stats indicate that teams have bowled 2/3 of their overs in this power play 2 with spin. That's for a number of reasons. Of course, batters not being able to control that phase of the innings. Secondly, conditions, drying, providing a little more assistance for the slow bowlers as the ball wears and gets older.
Fielder from that fine leg position is going into the offside, so another man bolstering that side of the field. Hodge ball with a leg slip to Blackwood, the right-hander, in his first spell.
Real test here for Barnes, member of the West Indies under-19 team that played in the World Cup in 2018 alongside Alec Atenez. Atenez, of course, scoring the most runs in that World Cup. West Indies didn't win that under-19 World Cup. It was India and won its 4th title then. No more for his batting, but he's been used for his spin option as well in this Scorpions team. What most of West Indies will want to see is how he transitions from under-19 cricket to this level and tier of cricket. It's an area of concern in the developmental process here in the Caribbean.
Just a single to end the over. 2 from it. 78 for 4. Been a reoccurring trend for the Jamaica Scorpions. The top order has failed several times in this tournament. With all that international experience. Last ball of the previous over. Umpire did very well. Umpire Bassarat could have easily been taken out in the process of that sweep attempt. Cyrus continuing.
Just want to say with that point I made earlier about Brad Barnes. Now 25 years of age, so just about 4 or 5 years beyond that opportunity to play for West Indies under 19.
Springer was on the boundary, but unable to get to it. A much needed boundary.
Powerful strike from the young man. Heading across the line, thinking that that's a good option. The execution was well, but Cyrus will know that it's a high-risk stroke, so he wouldn't mind conceding a boundary on this occasion. Barnes doesn't get it right. He's in with a wicket opportunity.
This could be the opportunity. Tried a slog sweep, went for 6, tried it again. Cyrus has the final laugh.
Case of lack of cricket intelligence on that occasion. Taking that high-risk option, going across the line, playing against the turn, and paying the ultimate price. Cyrus, all credit to him, got around in time, got in that drop zone, and completes. Slightly challenging catch. Another start without substance. 84 for 5.
Shalom Parnell comes to the crease. Hard-hitting all-rounder. Has a lot of work to do for this Scorpion side. Been in the wickets, but will need to temper that aggression with bat. This is why he's here.
That's a previous delivery that he struck across the line for 6. The wicket-taking delivery was the wrong one. Little more bounce. Similar length. Enticed Barnes on that occasion, and he went for the same stroke as he did the previous delivery. Just hitting under the bounce on that occasion. Did say maybe lack of cricket intelligence. He hasn't had a lot of opportunities playing at this level for Jamaica. Brad Barnes. That's a real challenge for young players transitioning to this level. You have to make the accommodation for mistakes, because that is how you would learn as a young cricketer, and you hope that cricketers wouldn't make the same mistakes over and over again. But this is the tier to correct yourself, to groom the right practice, the right attitude, the right approaches to the game. And Nickel, you must get opportunities to do so as a young player. 22 overs gone, 84 for 5.
Struggles have continued for the Scorpions. Leg spin of Cyrus after Lewis's initial burst and the bulk of the damage. 14th over consecutively of spin from the Volcanoes. And York, and it was pretty quick as well.
He's trying to vary pace. Kevin Hodge wicketless at the moment, but providing support for his fellow spinners.
Yeah, credit to Cyrus, credit to Larry Edward as well. I think in that 10 over phase when Bonner and Barnes were at the crease, didn't allow many runs to be scored. Both 60 deliveries between them, the partnership. 41 of them were dots. Just sensed that something had to give. Barnes tried to take it on to his peril. Now it's over to Shalom Parnell. Still have some batting to come though. What's Fletcher doing with the field? Getting creative. He's going leg slip.
Why we train?
Long off as well in the end.
Please, please.
Cry
Please, bro.
of improvement from the captain, Andrew Fletcher. If you heard from the stump mic, don't be too innovative with your bowling. Understand your role in this phase of the game. It's to contain the opposition batters. That's the nature of this 50-over game. There is a need for you to feel the ebb and flow and to respond accordingly as captain, as bowler, as batter.
Tries the Yorker again, but just 2 from the over. 86 for 5. Match 18 happening at the St. Augustine ground, some miles away in Trinidad and Tobago. The Barbados Pride making light work of that 202. Haven't lost the game in this tournament yet. The Pride, Kyle Mears, continuing where he left off in that dominant 100 here against this Volcano side. Did you surprised that Parnell has come to the middle before maybe someone like an Odin Smith or Fabian Allen?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised with that batting order. Of course, I mentioned earlier that before this game, only 2 batters have averaged over 30 in this tournament for the Scorpions. Chadwick Walton one, Odin Smith the other. Smith has batted at the start in that number 8 position. He did so against CCC. Fabian Allen surprisingly batted at number 9 in that last game against CCC. So not quite sure if that's the ideal approach for the Scorpions with the quality of batters that they have, and that of Allen and Smith. Surely you want to give them a little more time to get in, to bat a greater number of overs, given what we've seen.
Could be a chance. Again, doesn't carry.
And I really feel from a Scorpions point of view, part of the issue with their underperformance with the bat has to be individual players not taking individual responsibility when they bat. Not quite sure if Rob Van Powell has said to Fabian Allen that part of his role is to produce runs. So to Odin Smith. Seven, 9 and 10 the returns for Parnell in this tournament, into his 4th game. So he hasn't really set the scene on fire. And that's his batting positions.
Just short of slip. Cyrus has bowled well. He's been impressive today. 91 for 5.
There is that turn once more from Cyrus. 24 overs gone, 91 for 5.
Just the 5 overs of seam in the first 24. Sherman Lewis set the tone with his 3 in the power play. So a short burst from Kavim Hodge, just 2 overs from that end. Now another bowling option for Fletcher. Another change in bowling from the southern end. Kenneth Demba off spin with Parnell coming to the crease. I just wondered if this was the reason why the Scorpions have sent him up the order, because he's a left-hander and Allen and Smith are both right-handers. But you really want to have your experienced players in a situation like this coming to bat. Challenge for Parnell now. Ball going away from the outside edge.
Parnell from Clarendon in Jamaica. Grew up alongside O'Shane Thomas. His stronger suit, of course, his left arm seam. Has to see this opportunity to bat higher as a positive one. Oftentimes, players are striving for all-round progression in their game. And he leads the wicket-taking column for the Scorpions. 25 gone, 91 for 5.
Yeah, the dots, the major problem for the Scorpions on that chart. Wickets lost every time. There's been some resilience, some building of a partnership. Volcanoes have done well to get a wicket and stay in the game. Cyrus continuing. On a struggle today. Really hasn't found that tempo that he's used to when he's going well.
I guess the positive thing for the Scorpions is the fact that he's still there. When you look at his scores throughout the tournament, not in the best of nick, 24-9. He didn't play in that third game against West Indies Academy. Didn't score in the game against CCC, so he's putting in a big effort with the bat on 40 from 65. And it's something that we haven't seen from the Scorpions team batting-wise. Player anchoring the innings. Some may say it's a little bit traditional in approach, but again, you have to match that with the batting form of a team. And as you know, Nikhil, they are building blocks to batting. Sometimes it's very important for you as a player to put a higher priority on your wicket. Forget about the strike rate, get yourself in, get yourself into nick, and then use that as a stepping stone for more fluency and production of runs.
With all the power that they have, surprised that they haven't tried this route, this method. That last game at CCC, guys like Odean Smith and Allen. Odean Smith hit 5 sixes and scored 35. So that's 30 of his runs came in just sixes alone. We've seen what Allen can do in the T20 format. Blackwood is aggressive. Rodman Powell is aggressive. Surprised they haven't tried just about the 50. Tries to go inside out. Just to see, DG, how much they can get if they actually maximize the 300 deliveries.
Yeah, and sometimes it requires you playing ball on merit, getting yourself in, creating more of a balance to your game. You spoke about Odean Smith. That's the opposite end of the spectrum. When you're searching for boundaries and putting a higher priority on that approach. But I say again, oftentimes players require that mentoring. When they practice, the time that they dedicate towards their game, it's essential. Essential for sustainable success.
I can't find the boundary yet, Parnell. End of 26 overs, 96 for 5. That partnership between Bonner and Barnes, the highest, 36. This one building steadily.
Nikhil, I know you follow regional cricket, international cricket extensively. If you had to pick the top 4 teams at the end of the league stage in this Super 50 Cup, which teams will there be?
It's an interesting one where a lot of people around the region have been debating. You expect the Guyanas to be there, but you look at that table and even the position of that game over at UE, where Barbados Pride are on top of them, they could easily miss out. And it's because of the great cricket that teams like CCC, the West Indies Academy, who challenged the Red Force yesterday pretty much to the end, lost in the penultimate over. So it's really good for West Indies cricket. That's straight. A much needed boundary, much needed maximum. First in 30 deliveries.
Yeah, 100 comes up for the Scorpions. A landmark of note. And I did say Parnell hasn't really set the scene on fire with his batting. Didn't score against Barbados, 18 against West Indies Academy, 4 against CCC. Will it be today that he announces himself with the bat in this tournament?
Just to get back to that discussion, DJ, I think it's great for our cricket that you have the two youngest teams in the tournament with a realistic chance to qualify for the semi-finals.
For me, I think the positive thing about that, Nikhil, is the fact that a wider pool of young players are getting the chance to play at this level. This is a level where young players will learn more about themselves. You're hoping that they will use the experience to progress. The interactions with the quality stock of coaches will help their game. And they should get a sense of professionalism in the way they approach their cricket. Many teams outside of Trinidad and Tobago, it's an opportunity to play in a different country, in different conditions, which are important factors and elements in the development of any player. 27 over gone, 103 for 5.
Jamaica just trying to get something together here with the bat. This partnership now between Bonner and Bonner and Parnell rather. 19 of 33 balls. But Islands have made another change. Harry Edward back into the attack, continuing to try to stifle the Jamaica batters with spin. Generally, they have done that. The two left-arm spinners, Hodge and Edward, have been brilliant in terms of their economy rates. Oh, that's very close, surely. Not out. Larry Edward cannot believe that.
Wondering what I could have been missing. Oh, you must be disappointed as a bowler. Oh, you reckon it's missing?
I don't think it's missing much, to be honest. Larry Edward had the full-on Stuart Broad celebra going on there. And to be honest, it was fair enough. Have a look at this. That's going on to hit middle, I think. It's not going over the top.
I know what it's missing, Matt. I can tell you what it's missing. It's missing leg stump and off stump cushion into middle. I would like to think that. As a bowler, this sort of get into your mind a bit. You just stay focused.
Bassarat, not sure whether he thought maybe there was a little touch from the bat or something. I can't think of anything else that would have saved the batter. Good bit of fielding. Full length dive from Denver, who dropped a catch earlier in the innings, but Windward Islands will feel they should have had a wicket in that over. It's a Blue Waters drinks break.
How do you look at Kendall?
Guess who's coming in December? England, who aren't playing very well in ODIs at the moment, so West Indies will fancy their chances, and tickets for that CG United ODI and T20I series are now available to buy via the Windies ticket service presented by MasterCard. Fans can save by buying in advance at tickets.windiescricket.com, and a 20% saving is already included in the online ticket prices. So get involved. Great chance for West Indies to win a series, particularly in ODI cricket and in T20 internationals as well. Windies in good form coming off the back of that 3-2 win over the mighty India. Limited boundaries today hit by Jamaica Scorpions, just 5 4s and 2 6s. So here are all of them for you. It's been hard work on a pitch that's been a little bit slow, bit of turn as well. Kruma Bonner has hit 3 of those boundaries. That was one of the 2 6s from Brad Barnes. That was the second one from Shalom Parnell, but they're struggling to get the ball away at the moment. The champions in a must-win game. Bonner's still fighting. He's 43 off 73. Can he get something together with Parnell, who's on 11? Apart from that, nothing really to shout out about. Duck 6, 3, 13 and 10 so far. And could have been 6 down. Should it have been 6 down, Keza?
Really feeling it there for Larry. I wonder what he's missing. I wonder if he got a little edge to it. Didn't really hear much from the come box, but must be something that we didn't hear from here. But looks, it was a good shout. It was definitely a good shout. Larry Edwards still got to stay focused. Have to try to get some wickets in this middle, which would improve their chances of getting more bowling points.
Yeah, the Windwards already have 1 bonus point because they picked up 3 wickets in the first power play, the first 10. Going to be hard for Jamaica to get some batting bonus points from here. It's a lot of dot balls already, 118 in the innings. You need to face 149 to get the bonus point, so that's very unlikely. Both batters in caps now. Very hot out there. Largely a spin attack they're facing. Still just 5 overs a seam have been bowled.
Surely really hot out there, Matt. Can see most of the Windward Island players wearing their shades. Really stylish shades as well. Andrew Fletcher, Sunil Ambris. Springer as well with his shades on. Kavim Hodge. Almost everyone with their shades on. Wonder who looks the best in their shades out there. Wonder if it's a competition, Matt. Pretty stylish, the skipper. It's brand new Oakley shades out. I think he's going to win this competition with the best shades out there.
Once again, there are other kinds of sunglasses that you can purchase if you would like. They were quite nice, though. I'm giving Fletcher number 1. Oh, that's turned. That's lucky. Turning into the right-hander, cramped him up. Could have easily chopped on.
Good bit of purchase there for Kenneth Demba. Needs to be consistent with his line and length. It's the end of the over. It's 106 for 5.
So 2 very different 11s picked today. Jamaica Scorpions going in with 4 seamers and 2 spinners. They've left out their left-arm wrist spinner, Dennis Bulai. Windward Islands Volcanoes going in with 4 spinners and just the 2 seamers. So polar opposites. And the call to leave out Dennis Bulai, who was expensive in the one game he's bowled, previous game, 8 overs, 1 for 77. Leaves them with just 2 left arm spinners, 2 finger spinners, Jamaica. Just wonder, we looked at their bowling stats earlier in the day, didn't we? And how Jamaica are bottom of all the bowling stats at the moment. Wickets taken, economy rate, average. Dennis Bulai's only bowled 8 overs in the entire tournament. Was a key member last year. Joint most wickets for a spinner in the comp, alongside Kofi James and Gudakesh Moti. Bit of bounce. Just wonder if they've lacked cutting edge without him in the side. Been a bit predictable.
Definitely, Matt. With a bowler of his experience and what he did last year, one game isn't enough to be that deciding factor if he should play or not in the next game. He had a really good year last year for them, so I'm pretty surprised.
And also, when you look at the kind of purchase that Daryl Cyrus has got today, the wrist spinner, bowls with excellent control, but he's enjoyed this wicket. Oh, just looped up a little bit, trying to tempt Parnell. He finishes with a single. So 30 overs gone, 107 for 5. Look at those economy rates. All of them, bar Springer, who's just bowled 1 over, are excellent. 4.5 for Lewis, and all the rest are under that. Cyrus and Lewis have provided the cutting edge. The others, by and large, been very tight. Wonder how much more seam we're going to see today. Shamar Springer will be kept in reserve for the death overs, I think. That's his speciality. Is that going to carry to long off? It does. Comfortable catch for Sherman Lewis, coming in low. Shalom Parnell's patience has worn thin.
Really well done by Kenneth Demba. The skipper, Andre Fletcher, just moved Sherman Lewis a bit. Make him look like Captain Genius. Shalom Parnell, he's gone for 13. The score is now 107 for 6.
Javor Royal comes to the crease, so no Fabian Allen, no Odin Smith. They're going to bat 9 and 10 in this 11. This is why the number 8 rather, is in. Shalom Parnell trying to go up and over. Bad choice of shot. Maybe trying to hit it straighter, I think. And the turn just means it slices off the bat and goes to long off. Soft dismissal. Everything at the moment working out for Andre Fletcher, working out for the Windwards. He just moved the fielder.
Still wondering, though, Matt, like, there's no Fabian Allen, there's no Odin Smith. Both have international experience. They would know how to approach this phase of the game. But Andre Fletcher, he just moved the man at long off. They have a leg slip in now. It's very attacking.
Royals off the mark. Well, the only reason I can think of holding back Allen and Smith is that Jamaica are just desperate to bat the 50 overs here. And they think that Royal maybe is a better option to just knock the ball around. Fabian Allen, and in particular Odin Smith, batters who like to go for it really. Don't like to bat time. They have good strike rates. But Allen, he can bat longer than Odin. He's got a bit more patience. I thought they might have trusted him to have come in by now. International player. He's got 2 first-class hundreds.
Fully understand the reason for it. But it's the end of the over now and it's 108 for 6.
Running out of time and batters, Jamaica here, but Odin Smith and Fabian Allen still in reserve. And Sheldon Cottrell, of course. Oh, that's kept a bit low. That's where the space is. Well, gets the bat down on it. How does Nkrumah Bonner play it from here as well? Does he just continue to knock the ball around? The last recognised batter. 6 away from a first half century since last year's tournament. Got a 50 against Barbados. Hasn't got a 50 since then in any format.
The most important thing here for Jamaica now is to bat as much overs as possible. Last year they've been out now for less than 200 once. This year, twice already in the tournament they've been out now for under 200. So they will be very mindful of that.
So you're happy with Fabian Allen coming in as low as 9 then?
I would have really liked to see him earlier because he has the experience. He would know how to handle these sort of situations, and I think he's a very good batter. Because what I think, as a batter, as a hitter, you have to be a batter first. And I think he's a player that understands certain situations and he will bat according to what is required. Him coming in maybe at the position that his skipper wants him to come in. It basically just saying, listen, we want you to go at it hard at the back end. He's a much better player than that. He's actually a really good batter and understands the game as well. But they will have a better understanding than us, Matt.
Single to finish. Well, Allen batted at number 9 in the last game. He's going to bat number 9 at best in this game. 112 for 6. Not too many big overs in there for the Scorpions. 9, the most they've scored off an over so far. Probably explains why they're only 112 for 6. 18 overs to go. How many can they get to? What is a defendable score on this pitch? Hard to tell at the moment. Bonner just happy to nudge the singles around as it stands.
Keep going, fellas. Keep going, guys.
Current rate, it's only going to get them to 176, so they'll want to get at least 5 and over, I would say, from here. Get up past 200. Another leg slip comes in. At times, it's been like watching Test cricket today. Leg slips in, slips. Lots of talk around the bat. Spin at both ends. Oh, he's gone for a switch hit.
I don't mind that.
Where's that come from? Bit of bounce as well on that delivery.
Keep going, guys. Keep going.
Comes from pressure. You don't really see Royal playing these sort of stroke, but that's what will happen when you create pressure as a bowling unit.
Keep going, guys. Keep going.
He can use his bat Royal, but he wouldn't be able to find the gaps like how the better batters like a Bonner would do.
Well, I think he's been sent in ahead of Allen and Smith. Gets out playing a shot like that. I don't think the coach is going to be too happy. He can bat Ken Royal. Saw that actually in the final. He got the side over the line. Not out batter. Cheeky from Nkrumah. Bonner. It's going to bring him an extra 2 runs. Approaching a milestone. 1 away from 50. 116 for 6. Good time to bring Daryl Cyrus back into the attack. Excellent figures for the leg spinner. 8 overs, 2 for 32 so far. Got the big wicket of Rovman Powell. His control has been excellent. That's gone behind square into the gap. May he get to the boundary? No. Andrew Ryder does well to cut it off. Saves a couple. Solazano out there.
Good move here from the skipper to bring back Daryl Cyrus. Definitely came back into the attack to better the opportunity of getting another wicket here. Has been doing a good job so far.
Now the dab. This time beats Athanaze on his left hand. It's going to be 2 more. Toying with Athanaze there behind square on the offside is Royal.
With the wicket playing like how it is playing now, not sure if it's a shot that you would want to be playing so often. It's the second time he played that shot going down behind point.
May well have been a googly that he picked, but No fielder out there on the leg side in the ring in front of square, so that's a risk-free shot. Brings Bonner back on strike. Hasn't hit a boundary for 42 balls. That's fine. He just needs to stay there. He's got to be the glue for the rest of the innings here. Oh, turn and bounce.
Exactly what we're expecting from Cyrus. He has been around for a while, Matt. Been on a contract with Windward for 3 years.
50 for Nkrumah Bonner. 13th in List A cricket for him, to go with 400s. His third against the Windward Islands as well. He's been watchful. He's not feeling 100% either. Physio's come out a couple of times. You can see there by his body language, maybe a bit of illness or something like that. But he's fought hard for his team today when others around him are falling, particularly other experienced top order batters. He stayed there. Dangerous shot to play against the spin. 122 for 6.
For Nkrumah Bonner. Timing of this innings so important for the Jamaica Scorpions and their campaign in this year's edition of the Super 50 Cup. Currently placed 8 on the points table. Ideal revival required batting-wise for the Scorpions. We've seen quite a few wickets fall around him. He's been able to stabilize the innings. And Shakira Selman alongside me. How would you describe this effort from Nkrumah Bonner?
It's been a necessary innings from Bonner. A very mature one. He showed responsibility. And he's called on all his experience.
Straight to the fielder in the backward square. Nice looking sweep shot.
Yeah, it hasn't been easy. He's only hit 3 boundaries, Bonner, which means he's had to do a lot of running. 23 singles, 8 twos. He's really dug in.
Gone for the reverse. No contact made. Not a bad approach from Royal.
Not a bad option. Trying to hit that one over point.
Went through him, through bat and pad. The turn wasn't significant. If it was, might have been heading to the pavilion. 35 overs gone, 123 for 6. Wicket stumbling throughout the course of the innings. Scorpions haven't been able to stitch together significant partnerships. Did mention a building block to batting as a team. Shakira Selman, of course, sometimes coaches focus on the partnerships required to get them to a score that they're happy with.
Yeah, they've lost wickets quite regularly, the Scorpions. No one has been able to stay there and knuckle down.
Was it stumped? Is it going to be a wicket? The batter is already walking. Square leg will search for assistance from the TV umpire, Carl Tuckett. A partnership that was looking promising, 17 so far, might just be broken with this delivery.
I'm just checking to see if it's a legal delivery. First of all, it's half and half. So it is a legal delivery. Let's see if Royal was still out of the crease. Advance. And he's unable to get back, it seems. Very quick piece of work behind the stumps by Johnson Charles, who hasn't had the best of days so far, especially to the leg spinner. And there's the decision out. Javier Royal has to go for just 9 runs. Scorpions in further trouble. They lose their 7th at 124.
Another partner joins in Krumabana, who's well set on 52 from 89, Odin Smith. Has made a few significant contributions this season. He's here because of this nice leg break delivery from Cyrus, turning away from the right-handed Royal. He was looking to get to the pitch of the ball, didn't cater for that degree of turn. And Charles making no mistake. Cyrus to continue. That's a ripper. Real ripper. Pitched in line with the wicket and spun away.
Yeah, he's been able to extract so much turn. Pitch middle and leg, spun away. Missed the batsman completely. What a first delivery to get.
And just staying with Odin Smith, he played the first game for the Scorpions against the Hurricanes, scored 26, then didn't play the next 2 matches. Those were against Barbados and West Indies Academy. Scored 35 in that last game against the combined campuses and colleges, so there is some form with the bat. Hesitation could have costed Jamaica Scorpions another wicket. 2 from the over, 36 overs gone, 125 for 7. Leading edge. Dean Smith was ball watching. Between overs, Umpire just having a chat with the two batters, Odin Smith in particular, running on the pitch. Would have advised for him to run off the pitch, not encroach in that protected area. Cyrus in the last over completing his quota of 10, 3 for 40, an excellent spell of bowling from the right-hand wrist spinner. Exactly what Andre Fletcher would have wanted, winning the toss, electing to bowl first. Signs of things to come.
It has been difficult going for the Scorpions because of deliveries like this. Larry Aylward getting one to bounce and turn just enough.
Oh yes, Dada. Come on! Fellas, the cricket has finished yet!
There is that stifled appeal. Lots happening in this delivery.
Still, but what I'm saying, the ball thing and Shaman turning back and
They're just checking to see whether or not Odin Smith made his ground. Another bit of miscommunication between the two batters. Late decision to go for the single. But it's a direct hit from Kevin Hodge.
No threat on that occasion to Dean Smith. Well, it was a direct hit, not out, being confirmed.
keep going, boys.
So 5 coming from that last delivery.
Oh yes, Larry.
Ball going into the boundary line, so valuable runs for the Scorpions. Great effort. Couldn't stop the single, but saved at least a further run.
Generally, the fielding has been good from the Volcanoes.
Real challenge here for Dean Smith is for him to be selective. He's a known power hitter. So bowlers, Andre Fletcher will know that he can easily clear the boundaries here at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. How can he infuse rotation of strike with that strength that he has? 37 overs gone, 131 for 7. Six bowlers used in that last over. Jamaica Scorpions going past 150 dots. That's how challenging the Volcanoes bowlers have been in this innings with the ball. No bonus points for minimal dot deliveries for the Scorpions.
Now coming into this game, Odin Smith was only one of 2 batters in this Scorpions lineup with an average above 30. So he is capable. He does have runs in this tournament so far, albeit he only played 2 out of the 4 completed games for the Scorpions. But you're right, the challenge will be for him to show some restraint, to show some adaptability and some maturity. He does have the experience, so he'll want to show that he can play a responsible knock. It is disappointing to see that Odean Smith is batting at 9 with all the experience he brings. But perhaps it's because the management team is not too confident in his ability to adapt to the situations. A problem for many West Indian batters. The end of that over, 3 coming from it, 134 for 7.
An inquisitive pair of eyes. Piece of information I collected from our statistician, which is quite interesting in terms of batting power play bonuses for teams across the tournament before this game. Points have been accumulated for teams batting in power play 1 as compared to 7 points batting wise in power play 2. So again, teams finding it very easy to score at a runner ball in the first 10 and much more challenging to get bonus points. That's batting bonus points in that power play 2, overs number 11 to overs number 40. And guess what? In that last power play phase, the 3rd power play, only twice have teams managed to secure bonus points with the bat in that phase. And that's because they haven't batted the full complement of 10 in the last power play. Well, this is trouble. Danger. This was expected because we've seen on numerous occasions before these two have had their issues communicating. Odean Smith, he's furious.
Yeah, it's a poor bit of communication once more by these two. Odean Smith was pushing from the inception and he jogged back thinking it was an easy 2. And the Nkrumah Bonner was never coming back for that second. Odean Smith furious, but he has to go for just 8 runs, Smith. Scorpions lose another one for 142.
Here's Fabian Allen. A lot of debate about the position that he bats in this Jamaica Scorpions team. Everyone is aware of his ability as a batter. Another significant contributor to the back end of the innings. He's here because of a miscommunication. Before that miscommunication and the run out, Odin Smith found guilty of running down the pitch. He was giving a warning earlier. And then 5 penalty runs.
Oi, oi, oi. Lovely, Larry.
Glorious from Bono.
No worries, Larry. No worries, Larry.
Moving on in Stati at the crease. He's now moved to 62, his 4th boundary. Lots happening in this little phase. Odin Smith clipped one to short mid-wicket, and he was confident that there was 2.
Got him,
He was already down the pitch, trying to convince Bonner to come back for the second. Bonner was ball watching, wasn't convinced, led to his dismissal. Odin Smith. And just to remind you, Odin Smith was guilty of running on the pitch. Windward Islands, they were awarded 5 penalty runs. They will start their innings with 5. 5 without loss. Good hand, good stop. Excellent work from Salazano behind point.
The good fielding continues. They've been excellent in this innings. So the Volcanoes. They did put down 2 catches, but ground fielding has been very good. 5 from that over. Scorpions 146 for 8.
.106 runs scored in that power play 2 phase in 30 overs. A run rate of 3.5 achieved by the Jamaica Scorpions. Now the signal for power play 3. And as was mentioned, only twice have teams secured bonus points in this last phase of the innings with the bat. And that's teams chasing and, of course, not batting out that full 10 overs too. Andrew Fletcher for the first time with the ball, and he concedes 4.
That boundary brings up the 150 for the Scorpions. Andrew Fletcher greeted with a boundary. Bonner continues to pepper that extra cover region. Just too full, and he's allowed to get his hands through the ball.
Not a bad effort from Andre Fletcher so far with the ball, pitching both leg breaks. It's a challenging art. Speak with any wrist spinner, they'll tell you about the difficulty with maintaining control. Arm and fingers having to operate in sequence.
An easy single in the end. You often find more batters bowling off spin. Not too often you see part-time leg spinners. But I remember earlier on in this tournament, Fletcher joked with security that perhaps he will have to bring over his hand for a few overs. And that is because of the conditions here at Tarouba and across Trinidad, really. They've been very spinner friendly. Fletcher noticing that as captain has decided to try his hand for a few.
Shakira Salman, I could think of a couple batters who are part-time leggies. 1, Brian Charles Lara. 2, Sachin Ramesh Tendulkar. Gone for the big shot. Did he get hold of it? No. Catch taken on the boundary line. The captain taking things into his own hands, getting the prize wicket of Fabian Allen. And big smiles all around for the Volcanoes.
Fabian Allen continues to struggle in this tournament. Back into the Jamaican Scorpion side, and he cannot make an impact with bat. Goes against the turn, and he's only able to find the fielder at long off. A little celebration, a dance from the Spiceman, and he gets a wicket in his first over for the tournament. Look at that. I don't know what you call that, but it's an exaggerated celebration. Fabian Allen goes for just 3 runs, 153 for 9. And with the fall of that wicket, we will have a Blue Waters drinks break.
The road to a semi-final spot, possibly for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. looks a bit far-fetched, but today they've shown great form with the ball. Wickets tumbled in the first over. Lewis picking up 2 quite early. Then the third, quite unfortunate for Blackwood. He played on. Ruckman Powell again struggled against right-arm wrist spin. He was caught in first slip. Then that wicket of Barnes going across the line, presenting a simple catch. Parnell tried his best before he holed out. And Royal, when he looked like he was having a good partnership with Bonner, he was stumped. And the miscommunication with O'Dean, Smith and Bonner resulted in Smith's departure. Fabian Allen, his horrors continues with the bat in this year's tournament. So the other game happening today at the Sir Frank Worrell ground at St. Augustine. Guyana Harpy Eagles scored 202 batting first. Barbados Pride 112 for 4. They need a further 91 runs from 23 overs. So as we get to the business end of the tournament, all teams will be searching for their very best to secure as many bonus points as possible, as many wins as possible to get into that top 4 category. Just a single to start the over. Is that a wise decision, Shakira Selman, to offer Cottrell strikes so early in the over?
It's a tough one. Shannon Cottrell in 42 innings only has 258 runs. Did hold his own in that last game that he played for the Scorpions. He hung around for a bit. And Bonner can only hope he can do it once more. He manages to do more than hang around. Returns the strike to Bonner.
Grimace from Bonner. Remember, he had to see the physiotherapist, not in the best of physical health. That's the other thing in that dismissal with O'Dean Smith. Smith should have known that Nkrumah Bonner is not 100%, so that awareness was lacking in the situation.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. Every game for the Scorpions, they seem completely unaware of what's happening. Smith unaware of Bonner's sickness. Baher's unaware of the situation and just what is required of them. And even when they were bowling in other games, they seem unaware of what was required. They went searching for wickets too often.
In no way we're saying it's an easy situation for Jamaica Scorpions. Of course, winless so far in the tournament as defending champions. So psychologically, it's disappointing. 42 overs gone, 157 for 9.
Reading.
Could it be a second for Fletcher? It is. Andre Fletcher, what a masterful move. The dancing boots are on. The innings is over. And it's Nkrumah Bonner who's provided all the fight. Captain cool. Another 2 wickets against Jamaica.
Distance. Picked out. Sherman Lewis, and look at the celebration. He's a happy man. Andre Fletcher, the skipper. And that's the end of the Jamaica Scorpions innings. 157 all out in 42.2 overs. Good knock from Nkrumah Bonner. But is it going to be enough to stop the Windward Islands Volcanoes in the chase?
It's the 4th time in 5 innings that the Scorpions have been bowled out in this competition. It's been a gravely disappointing edition for them, but Andre Fletcher, who's led his team with a couple of wickets, he will be very proud of his men. Picked up a lot of bonus points in that innings, which can help in qualification. Bonner, the only man to go past 15. Everyone else, disappointment. Really went downhill from the beginning of the innings when they lost 3 in that first power play. Bit of resistance in the middle, but the runouts of Smith and even few interesting dismissals won't help their cause. A lot of reflection needed. Just 157 on the board.
Very impressive bowling. Sherman Lewis started the rot, picked up 3 quick wickets in his only spell of 4 overs. Cyrus was very impressive as well. He also got 3. Captain Andre Fletcher too. He's going to give me some talks, Nikhil, I can tell you.
Let's go down to Matt Floyd.
I've got Daryl Cyrus with me. Well bowled. We'll get on to your bowling in a minute, but 157, you must be over the moon with that.
Yeah, definitely. It was a matter, getting a lot of points, the bonus points. We did that with the ball, so it's just a matter of the batters going out there and chase the runs.
You've got 8 wickets in 3 games now. Talk us through how you feel, how your rhythm is at the moment.
Well, first of all, I want to thank God, because my rhythm is really well at the moment, and I just want to keep working on that and, keep helping the team in the games to come.
You're doing that at the moment. Your control is superb. You've got no fielders in the ring for the right-handed batters. How important is that control for you?
Yeah, well, something I work really hard on, hitting a lot of spot bowling, so it's just a matter of executing it when it comes to games.
How much did you enjoy that Rovman Powell wicket?
Great. I really enjoyed that.
You got a bit of competition, though, haven't you, at the moment in the leg spin department? You're captain. A couple of wickets for him. He's breathing down your neck.
No, I'm the better leg spinner.
Thanks very much, Daryl.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, smiles on the faces of the Volcanoes as expected. Cyrus's job is finished. Now over to the batters, who will need 158. Another disappointing return for the Scorpions batting lineup at just over 3 runs and over. Take a short break and return with much more.
It's the battle of the bottom two today in the CG United Super 50 Cup, and its advantage very much the Windward Islands. They have bowled out Jamaica Scorpions, the champions, for 157 in just 42.2 overs. 3 wickets for Daryl Cyrus, the leg spin. He bowled with superb control. 3 wickets up top for Sherman Lewis, the seam bowler, as well, to get them going in what is pretty much a must-win game for both sides. I've got Shakira and Keswick alongside me for this brief half-time chat, but Windward Islands will be very, very happy with that. Superb.
Yeah, they will be happy. They won the toss, chose to bowl, and they did exactly what was required of them, exactly what Andrew Fletcher would have asked of them. They started really well with that new ball. Sherman Lewis back into the team, only his 2nd game this season so far. He was out sick, and he came back and he represented well. Both good areas, got the ball to swing, and he got the most important wicket there, Chadwick Walton. Highest score for the Scorpions, followed up by getting Kurt McKenzie, the new Test cricketer, and then he got Jeremy Black with 3 early wickets for him. He was excellent.
He got movement, Keswick, but was the key the length that he bowled there? He really got the ball up.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really happy that he bowled the areas in which that he should bowl. He was missing for 2 games, but what's really important, Windward was missing that fast ball at the top to come and take early wickets. He came in today and showed a reason why the Windward Island teams need him, and he came in and he bowled superbly. What he did actually is just, he hit those areas that he should hit in the first power play, which gave them that momentum to go into that second power play. They did a very good job.
Jamaica haven't picked their wrist spinner. We've seen Windward Islands have picked their wrist spinner. And what about the control of Daryl Cyrus today?
Oh, very impressive. It's not easy, this art. Bowling wrist spin is perhaps the most difficult art in cricket, and he showed so much control. I thought he also varied his pace quite well. What was very important though, and what was really impressive, was the fact that he was able to maintain that line just outside the ball stump without a sharp mid-wicket. He kept asking them to fetch it from outside the off stump and hit it through the legs if they wanted to. Got the ball to spin, got it to bounce, and it resulted in 3 wickets.
And I like the fact there in the interview with him just a couple of minutes ago, he said, well, look, I am the #1 leg spinner here, not the skipper, even though he picked up 2 wickets.
Not really surprised that the skipper came and bowled a bit of leg spin. He always, pride himself in bowling leg spinner, but it shows the quality of the man. You know what I mean? He came in and bowled leg spin, and he did a very, very good job. So I'm really happy that they bring that 2 facets of the game together. Their bowling was good, their fielding was good. Just want to see how they go with the bat.
Right, 2 things just to let you know. First of all, they've readjusted the score, so it's 158 now. They've gained 1. But it should have been 163, really, because what's happened is Jamaica have been docked 5 points for Odean Smith running down the pitch. He was given 1 warning in the 39th over by Gregory Brathwaite. This was the 2nd time. Immediately, you see the umpire then saying, right, I've had enough. That's the 2nd time. That is your 5-run penalty. So no nonsense, sticking to the law. That is effectively how you're supposed to do it as an umpire. For Jamaica, it never rains, but it pours, really, it seems.
I just have one word. Just have one word for that, Matt. Awareness. That's it, awareness.
Yeah, from Odean Smith, clearly.
Definitely.
Exactly. You must be pretty confident. Come on, Windward Islands, boy, 157. You shouldn't have any problems chasing that down.
They shouldn't have any problems, but application is key. I mean, they have been getting good starts, but they haven't been batting well to the middle. Johnson Charles and Alec Antones, they can come in and play a very, very good role here. Batting points is there to have, so they can do it.
In 20 seconds, how on earth did Jamaica defend that?
They have to get early wickets, as simple as that. Shannon Cotterill's in the team. Hopefully he can get the ball to swing around and he can get early wickets. If he can do that, they can get into the middle order quickly and maybe they have a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to bowl really well. Out of their skins, really. Of course, remember that the side that loses this game, they're not going to be making the semi-final. So it is do or die for Jamaica Scorpions right now. The Windward Islands, if they win and they get some bonus points, chase it down quickly, they are back in the hunt very much in terms of finishing in the top 4. Now, we've got a special treat for you coming up this interval. Keswick Williams pumping up in the gym and also doing an interview in a bed. I kid you not, you will not want to miss this. He's speaking to Ryan John and Sunil Ambris, his Windward Islands teammates. Yeah, should be interesting.
Yes, so we're here today at the gym to do a gym session with the Windward Island Volcanoes all-rounder Ryan John. But we want to know is who is Ryan John and what he's been up to this year. Oh, and here he is, the man of the moment.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Ready for this workout, bro?
Yes, man, for sure.
Let's go. Your performance last year just granted you an A-list contract for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. You're all-rounder. You did good with the ball and with the bat. What is it like being an all-rounder in the Windward Islands setup?
I wouldn't say it's any different to any other skill in the team, but obviously we know it takes a toll on the body. Obviously having to bat or bowl or whatever direction it comes from. But to me, it's fun. I enjoy playing cricket. I'm very passionate about the game, so I enjoy it and I take every bit of it with pride or passion, if ever you want to call it that.
You mentioned it takes a lot of toll on the body. What I want to know is the preparation that you put in to get to this point. I know as an all-rounder you have to bat, you have to bowl, but what we want to know, what kind of work do you put in before tournaments to get to this point, to be as fit as you are, a strong lad, you hit some big sixes, and to bowl and be as explosive as you are now?
Well, in the gym, I must shout out my trainer, Damik Walters. He's from Grenada as well. Even before him, Coach Paul Philip, can't leave him out. I mean, obviously there's other persons who have had their part to play in my journey thus far, but it's simple. I'm basically a natural athlete. I used to take part in track and field before, so it's all about me first getting set mentally and putting my game together mentally before ever putting the physical work into perspective. It's all about me going to the gym, doing my shrugs, my deadlifts, my squats, my press and stuff like that, agility runs, reaction, stuff like that. So it's more so simple, but it became a routine, so it's not too much of a burden when it comes to preparation. So yeah, that's about it.
Speaking about the mental side, you mentioned mental. I can remember last year when you did so well for Windwards, you didn't have a contract, but your performance last year, you're now on an A-list contract. Tell us, what was it like being without the contract for a whole year? How did you deal with it?
The truth is, it was very, very difficult. I mean, I attend training every single day without being paid. Obviously, it might sound a way, but it's a profession at the same time. So somebody would do it for passion, somebody love, somebody would be for the money. But I had to go to training. I end up paying somebody else, which is Troy George. Don't really like mentioning people, but I feel like he was instrumental in that as well. So I have to single him out. I was paying him as a personal coach. Even after sessions in the morning with the Volcano setup, I would go at home to a park closer to me where I would do that personal stuff. So more so batting and bowling. And it was difficult, but I obviously wanted to get back on the contract, get back a contract. And at the same time, as I was saying, I don't want to just stay there, but obviously want to propel my game and move further. So it was just about me putting in the work and getting myself back here. And I'm just grateful that I got the opportunity to play and did well enough that I got back a contract. So I'm just grateful.
Speaking about propelling your game, I love how you're developing. But with all these league crickets around the world, you know, do you still have that passion, that burning desire to play Test cricket for West Indies, or you just want to develop that white ball skill?
As a youngster, everybody's dream is to play for the West Indies. I mean, obviously, passion is there to play Test cricket, and whatever else opportunity I get, I would definitely take it. But the passion really and truly is to represent the region, make mommy proud. She has always wanted that for me, so I would definitely want to give her back that as a gift.
Speaking about family, a family-oriented guy, I know growing up, you know, we had conversations where I know it wasn't easy, me myself as well. But what was it like? Your mom must be proud with what you're doing now. You said that you spoke to her when you got that 4 for 16, the first game, and got the man of match. How is mommy feeling now?
Mommy is always happy whenever I do well. She's always there supporting. I mean, I came from a family where, you know, the father was never really present. So it was difficult, but must commend mommy again. She always stood with her children, stood up with us, careless of the situation. So I'm just grateful for her, I must say. Mommy, watching this, big up to you every time, you know? So it was just, the truth is, it was difficult, but mommy was always there supporting, so we always believed that we could pull through.
What is your preparation like to be bowling these Yorkers so consistently? You're really good at bowling the Yorkers in the back end. It's coming from a wrong, bowling them wide, coming from, you know, over the stump, hitting those toes. What is it like before getting into games? How do you practice? What's your mindset?
In practice, I would always ask the batsmen to put a little bit of pressure on me in terms of inning nets. But it's the part of the game where I favor the most. I really enjoy that time where we call it the hot spot in the game, the back end of the innings. So my plan is clear. I always try to execute. I don't believe that I'm a scientist, so I wouldn't try to experiment. Obviously, you don't want to get too predictable, but I always tell myself, you know what, this is the field that I'm going to bowl to. Even if the batsman have an idea, I am going to execute. And that is what I believe in. So I just strive to get it. Obviously, you wouldn't nail everything, but I believe if you get more than half of, you nail more than half of your quota, your team would be in a better position.
Yes, so we're here with a guy who needs no introduction, Sunil Ambrose. This guy has a brilliant average in List A cricket, and guess what? He has over 30 first-class half-centuries. Sunil, how are you doing?
I'm blessed. I mean, I have life, you know, I'm healthy, my family is good, so I'm blessed.
So tell me, with you in the Windward setup, what sort of value you bring to the team, also with the youngsters involved?
This is a tournament that I normally dominate. It hasn't been going that well for me this time around, but I bring a wealth of knowledge, and something that I often urge especially youngsters, is to be themselves, you know, be positive. You know, I tend to encourage them to do what makes them happy, you know, but be smart about everything. And I think we have a couple of really good youngsters coming through. I mean, Alec by no means is a old fella, but I think he's extremely special.
Top class. That is so good from Alec Athanaze.
The way how he goes about things, he's always positive, and he backs himself. You know, he's extremely confident.
Looking at your profile, you realize that you played for West Indies at every level, on the 15, on the 19, and senior team. Is it something that you wanted to do from the beginning, making cricket your thing?
Well, to be honest, I never really had a choice. You know, cricket is actually the only thing I know. It's been my only job. As far back as I can remember, I've been around cricket, and that's thanks to my dad. May his soul rest in peace. I mean, he would always have me at games every weekend. I would be there tagging along with him. I can remember the bat being bigger than, taller than I am, but I was still going with it, trying to bat. And when I started to play school cricket, you know, I got some scores. I started on the pad, it was way too big for me, but I got some scores. And my brother then was already playing first-class cricket, and that's Roman currency. So that's something I always wanted to do. I said, you know what, cricket is going to be my job, and I'm going to give it my all, try my best to make a living from it.
Do you think that we would see you again in the maroon?
I'm actually working towards that. As I said, I think that I have some time left in me. I'm 30 years old, and once I get some really good performances, I don't see why it's not possible.
Yes, yes.
That beats the man, and it's going to go for 4. Superb timing from Sunil Ambrose.
There you have it, folks. Sunil Ambrose, the senior talisman here at the Windward Islands Volcanoes. We're sorry to barge in his room, but we're good friends, so I can barge in his room anytime. But it's good to have a chat with him, know what he's about. There you have it. See you next time.
Jamaica Scorpions put into bat by the Windward Islands Volcanoes in this must-win match for both sides, and they've been skittled out for just 158 by the Windward Islands bowlers. Kruma Bonner, the only batter to stay there and show a bit of fight. 72 for him. Next top score after that, 13. Familiar problems for the Jamaica batters, just haven't got going all tournament. And they couldn't handle, first of all, the seam bowling of Sherman Lewis, and then a barrage of spin after that. Only 5 overs of seam bowled all day by the Windward Islands. 3 wickets for the seamers, and then it was all about the spinners. They took 6, and there was a run out in there as well. Special mention for Daryl Cyrus, the leg spinner, who continues his excellent form in the tournament. 10 overs, 3 for 40. And what about Andre Fletcher, the skipper, coming on with a few leggies himself, getting 2 wickets in 8 balls, including the big wicket of Bonner. They win today, he will be celebrating, that is for sure. So we should let you know that Windward Islands' target has been revised to 159. Jamaica's score revised up 1 to 158. Also, the Volcanoes will start effectively on 5 without loss because they've been awarded 5 penalty runs because Odin Smith ran down the pitch twice and was given the 5 penalty runs by Gregory Brathwaite after 1 warning. Now, Alec Athenaeus having a very good tournament. His career average, just 27.5. He's averaging 50 in the tournament, though, at a strike rate of 100. Johnson Charles also has a half-century this season. These two will not hang around, and this could be over quickly if they don't get one of these two out. Darren Ganga, sharpish.
Indeed, Sheldon Cottrell will need to have an impact with the ball very early in this game. He's known for his ability to pick wickets with the new ball. Will swing the ball. Be interesting to see the length that he finds early on. But he's bowling against the 3rd leading run scorer of the tournament. That's before the set of matches today. Alec Athenaeus, a young man that is very businesslike with his game, has a method towards run scoring. And he's done it quite well this season. Once more, the score, 5 without loss. Those 5 penalty runs.
Make that 9 without loss. Pushed down the leg side by Sheldon Cottrell. The Windward's up and running straight away, and so is Alec Athenaeus.
Left and right hand combination opening up for the Volcanoes will put some further challenge on Cottrell to find his line. That one down the leg side, not ideal. Very similar to what we saw from Sherman Lewis with his first delivery. He was very wide outside the off stump, but he roared back to pick a wicket in that very first over.
Short again, and that's just dismissed disdainfully by Alec Athenaeus. How easy was that?
Very graceful from this left-hander who hails from Dominica. He is the pride and joy of that nature isle. His skills on show. But he does very well. He doesn't allow bowlers to get away with bad deliveries.
And the response is second slip already is coming out. Or is he? Sent back, I think, by Cottrell. That's probably the right decision. They need wickets, but he's not going to get any swing from that length. Needs to pitch the ball up. Lewis found some swing. Can Cottrell? Again, too short. The one thing maybe in Jamaica's favour here, they've got no runs to play with, and it's already 14 without loss after 3 balls. But Windward Islands haven't actually won in their 10 last chases, which is quite an extraordinary statistic. And having won the toss, they've decided to chase.
Well, historical data, they say, Matt, is only data. Doesn't really impact what happens on the field in a present contest. I think they'll be buoyed by their bowling effort. One area that they struggled in all season is in their bowling. They're batting relatively good.
That's Fuller, probably too full right in Charles's arc, but he doesn't take advantage. Yeah, you mentioned the bowling, DG. Jamaica's bowling has been the worst in terms of taking wickets, the highest economy rate and the highest average. So we talk about stats, they're not promising stats.
Should inspire the Jamaican bowlers to be a lot better in this match number 19. As you mentioned earlier, it's a do-or-die game for both teams. You lose here, you virtually lose the chance of qualifying.
Slight change in the field for Johnson Charles. 2 men now out on the leg side boundary. They're quite square as well. There isn't a regulation deep fine leg. More of a backward square leg, and then a deep mid-wicket. Beats the bat. That's a good area. That's a good length. 14 without loss, though. Windward Islands in chase of just 159, already 14 without loss after 1 over. 5 of those were penalty runs, so they took 9 off the over. But overall 14, and it's going to be spin from the other end for Jamaica. Javor Royal, so instrumental for them last year, very effective with the new ball. He likes taking the new ball. Although he's starting against a left-hander. And he drags down straight away. This has not been a good start by the Jamaica opening bowlers, just too short.
And it's evidence of what they've suffered all season. They've struggled with the bat and with the ball as well. After being bowled out for 158, they're finding it difficult to use the new ball to set a positive tone to the innings.
Response as he goes around the wicket, fires one in full, but it's still going to be another 2. They're off to another flyer here, the Windwards. This hasn't been their problem. They've got off to quite a few flyers, courtesy of Athanaze. His strike rate is 300, 5 balls into his innings. The issue's been later on, the middle overs.
And just confirmation that twice they've achieved batting bonus points in power play 1. And it's a solid aspect of their game. Did mention before that the previous 4 matches they average about 245 runs per inning, so that's not a bad record to have as a team.
Well, lucky there. That was very similar to the first delivery, but it is a wide.
Johnson Charles did admit that many of the players they get starts, they haven't really kicked on to a big half century or 3 figures. What they like is the indiscipline of this Scorpions bowling attack. Already seen symptoms of it in this second over of the innings.
Good effort there from Royal, but not much spin on offer in that first over of his. 21 without loss. Guyana heading for a big result for them against Barbados in the other game today. We'll come back to that. Down the track, gets it on the full, not out the middle, but 4.
Belligerent, that's Johnson Charles for you. Has a fair bit of form. Already 2 half centuries this season, so he's seeing it well, timing the ball nicely. You'll know that this run chase is not a significant one, so we want to get into his work quite early.
He shimmies. This one is out the middle. The response from Cottrell was to go short, but Charles was waiting for it.
How often have we seen this from openers this season? Trying to impose their style of play on the opening bowler. Cottrell lacking confidence. Missed the last game for the Scorpions, so not at his best and in full rhythm. So Johnson Charles is trying to ensure he stays in that state of mind.
Long on is now pushed out. Deep mid-wicket has moved round to deep backward square leg. Right, before I was rudely interrupted by Johnson Charles, let's remind you what's happening in the other game today. Being played at University of West Indies, Sir Frank Worrell ground. Guyana bowled out for 202. Barbados were 81 without loss and 97 for 1. They've collapsed to 136 for 9. And are on the verge of losing that game from a position of real strength. More runs for Rutherford earlier. He followed up his century with a 74 off 70. Mayers got Barbados off to a flyer, 64. But when he went, it's just been a collapse. Moti 4 wickets, Sinclair 3 wickets. The spinners have done it. Well placed boundary rider there. But that would be a very important result for Guyana.
Indeed. It will, of course, see Guyana secure their 3rd win of the competition. Barbados might just suffer their 1st defeat as well. So it's getting quite interesting as we move to the business end of this tournament.
Bit of bounce. 30 without loss. Solozano due in at 3. Then you've got Fletcher, Hodge, Ambrose. Could come in any order, really, those 3. Fletcher might save himself for number 6, given the situation. Oh, his radar's just not sorted at the moment. Chadwick Walton can't gather it either. So more runs. It's been a really loose start by Jamaica with the ball. Not what you need when you're defending a small total. And this didn't help either, DG, did it? Odean Smith done for running down the pitch. He'd already had 1 warning. Rugby Brathwaite, you can see straight away he's ready. That's 5 penalty runs, mate. He wasn't exactly running right down the middle of the pitch, but he did have a warning.
He did have that warning. I think it was the over before. And that lack of awareness from Odean Smith cost his side 5 runs. Must also credit the umpire for being on side, very much aware of that peripheral sort of activity.
He's an international umpire, Gregory Brathwaite, and he's very officious. He wants to make sure that the rules are followed. He certainly did that there. Zero turn to speak of at the moment. Saw a bit of turn for all of the spinners that we saw at the Windward Islands. Perhaps Cavum Hodge, the only one who didn't really turn the ball.
Yeah, what we've seen from the Scorpions this season, they've used quite a few options in power play 1. Fabian Allen, another spin option use. Robin Paul himself has been used.
That's another wide. Normally so tight with the new ball, Royal. That's what he does. He did it last year. This is uncharacteristic, and he hasn't had the best of tournaments so far. Hasn't played in every game. And he picked up a wicket. Finishes with a dot at least. 34 without loss. So that table will be updated, of course, once the Guyana-Barbados result is confirmed. Guyana, if they get enough bonus points, have the chance to jump above Barbados there. And maybe even the Academy as well. All depends on the bonus points. The bonus point system has made it really interesting this year. Guyana, well, if they get maximum bonus points, they could even go above CCC. We saw Leeward Islands get 10 bonus points earlier against Jamaica. Going to see some left arm seam. Shalom Parnell. Leading wicket taker Parnell for Jamaica this season. Didn't play last year. Just made his professional debut in this competition, so a big moment for him.
I spoke about him graduating out of the West Indies under-19 team. His economy before this game, 5.9 from his 3 matches. As you mentioned, leading wicket taker, and that's the advantage of having a left-arm seamer in your side who can open bowling. The angle itself is an added challenge for most batters. Usually, you get a left-arm seamer who can swing the ball into right-handers. So we'll search to see if there's swing on offer.
Just getting word from the Sir Frank Worrell ground that Guyana have bowled out Barbados, so that game is over. We'll update the table as soon as we can and let you know how that affects things, but obviously a bit more complicated these days. We've got to calculate a few bonus points and it's hurting our brains a little bit. So we'll get it ready for you as soon as we can. But they are going up the table, that's for sure. That's a good ball. Just stuck in his crease there was Athanaze. It was a nice length. He wasn't sure whether to go forward or back. In the end, he did neither.
Athanaze just fiddling with this delivery. There was a hint of away movement. The bounce significant. Always very composed as an opening batter. Athanaze.
A lot of thinking for that man to do. Particularly what bowlers is he going to use? He hasn't got Dennis Bulai in this situation, which adds a bit of X factor. He was dropped after being very expensive in the previous game, so he's just going to have to do it with 2 left arm regulation spinners and then seam. Very different attack to the Windwards. 2's a call straight away from Athanaze. It will be comfortable too. And the score moves on to 36. Just 123 more needed. 45 overs in which to do it. Windward Islands in a fantastic position here to get win number 1. Oh, there is the turn. First example of turn for Royal.
Length was perfect. He ran wide, used the angle of the crease to lure Charles to play.
That turned a little bit as well. Line was just not quite right. Got some bounce as well there, didn't he? He's a tall man, Javor Royal. He must be about 6'5" or something like that.
Oh, Lord. I've never seen this fella back like this before, boys.
Chadwick Walton's getting excited. And they need something special, don't they, from somewhere, Jamaica. Otherwise, their competition probably going to be over at the end of today. Who's going to deliver it?
Oh, right.
A good sign for Fabian Allen. Who is that other left-arm spin option available to Rugman Paul? Johnson Charles spoke about the extensive amount of work he has put in to develop his play against slow bowlers. That will surely come into play in this innings.
Well played. Just helped around the corner. All he had to do was beat short fine leg. He did that and it's run away for 4. 40 without loss.
Continue to be very good against the new ball, Afanese and Johnson Charles. Parnell's first over was good. Can he continue? Parnell left arm seam replacing Cottrell, so like for like. Speaking of seam, hello to Shakira Selman. The Barbados pride, Shakira. What a result that was for the Harvey Eagles.
Yeah, unbelievable, really. Bizarre collapse by Barbados Pride. Got off to a flare. I think they lost their first wicket at around 80. But very good from the Harvey Eagles, spinners in particular. 5 for Godukesh Moti.
Should be the first wicket. Is the first wicket. Could that be the start for the Scorpions?
Good change by Shalom Parnell. Good change in length. Saw Johnson Charles advancing. He pulled the length back into the pitch and he also tucked him up. Didn't give him any room to free those arms. Johnson Charles only manages to glove the ball behind to Chadwick Walton. He goes for 13. Volcanoes lose their first at 41.
Surprise, surprise, here comes the skipper in at number 3, Andre Fletcher. May want to get things over with quite quickly. Does open the batting in T20 cricket, of course, and is open for the West Indies. This is why he's arrived, though. Parnell into the wicket using the pitch. Hits the deck really hard. Just skid on to Charles. Surface does have a touch of that two-pace nature. He's worked hard today so far, Shalom Parnell. And a positive for the Scorpions as well is that someone they've invested a lot in It's paying dividends for them. Just 24 years old with a lot of talent, as we've seen so far in this competition. Almost was 2-2.
Yeah, he does have the most wickets for this Scorpion side. 5-0 with that wicket off Johnson Charles. Another left-arm seamer. Did replace Sheldon Cottrell in the team. Then he had to replace him today with the ball. Sheldon Cottrell just didn't seem to get into any sort of rhythm.
Should be a couple. Potentially a third. Settled on 2. And for Parnell as well, he's been in and around this team for a while. Earned a contract regionally for the Scorpions. Didn't travel with them in the 4-day season, but spent time with them. And as soon as I sing his praises, he oversteps. Never mind, he's got 3 fielders outside the circle. You can only have 2 in the power play. It's been that type of tournament for the Scorpions. Everything possible has gone wrong. The penalty runs, too many fielders outside the circle. An opportunity for Athenes.
We continue to see poor cricket from the Scorpions and complete unawareness once more. Just simple mistakes being made.
Misses length. Athenes accepts gleefully.
Athenes also looking around to see if that was a wayside no ball as well. Parnell choosing to go perhaps for a Yorker there. Misses length completely. And it's easily pumped back over his head for a one-bounce boundary. Everything possible just going wrong for the Scorpions.
And as 50 comes up and Fletcher comes in to strike. This must be some type of record. Not the 50. It's coming pretty standard time. But Shakira, Andre Fletcher's batted now. This is the 5th time in this tournament. And with him coming in at number 3, he's batted at 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. He has changed his position in every single innings of this competition so far. You have to check. That must be some record. End of the over, 50-1. $50-1 in search of that 159. The Scorpions had a difficult time with bat in hand today. They've had a challenging time with bat throughout the tournament.
One fish.
Royal continuing.
Oh yes, oh yes. Remember that length right there? You stay. Come slack. Thank you. I'm a story to tell you, boy. I'm going to tell you a story, boy. That's how it's delivered. Keep going right. 6 meter length, Hey, Ryan! Come. Hey!
Oh, mix up, massive mix up. Gone. Exactly what the Volcanoes didn't need, and Chadwick Walton and his team are off.
It's hard to understand exactly what Andre Fletcher did. They're under no pressure to take singles like this. And the ball hadn't gone anywhere. Ricocheted off the hand of Royal initially, but really good skill and awareness by Royal. First sign of awareness by the Scorpions. And it results in Andrea Fletcher going for just one. 51 for 2, the Volcanoes.
We have two test players out here now. Two test players. Two test players. True thing. When I lose one, I lose five. We know that already. This man just know that already. Out here, here. Yeah, play with Trinidad. I'm coming second. Can't make Trinidad team. Can't make Trinidad team. Cannot make Trinidad team. Cannot make Trinidad team. I've come at them. Second best him have a play right now. Come on.
You just never know with these low totals. And what you want is a calm head at the crease. So Lozano's showing he's patient enough and has all the time in the world. Just 2.5 runs required. Can he get in, get a score, and win in this game? Come out to a war of words in the middle.
Oh, yes, right! This game is not a game to bat and block.
And he's perhaps the perfect guy for a situation like this. A rush of blood from his captain.
Oh, yes.
Trying his best to get off straight, perhaps, and have Royal bowl to the left-handed Athens. But there was no run there. Ball struck firmly. Good bit of athleticism by Royal. He did really good to get that ball spin and get it back to Chadwick Walton at the striker's end. But there really was no run. Can't blame Athens.
Goes past Powell and will go into the boundary. There was a leg slip in place. Off the legs though. 55 for 2. After 6 overs, just a couple overs ago, they were cruising 40 for none. Charles Athanaze, all of a sudden, you lose one, you lose a second. But Athanaze is still there. He's got a very experienced Solozano at the other end. Parnell, left arm seam continuing.
Parnell has generally found the right length to bowl at these batters. Unlike Sheldon Cotterill, who was too short or too full sometimes.
Just to remind viewers, Volcanoes are only 5 runs away from that bonus point in the power play. You heard Fletcher talk about trying to get as many as possible to help their qualification. However, the fact that they've lost that second wicket now means that they cannot register that first bonus point. A lot has transpired today at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. A lot has gone wrong for the Scorpions. This was in the first innings and resulted in a 5-run penalty for the Scorpions. You can see Nkrumah being warned for running in the center of the pitch. And then just a couple overs later, Odin Smith doing similar, and umpire Brathwaite signaling 5 penalty runs. I don't think they knew straight away, but they found out. Almost chopped on. Won't get to the boundary. A similar length and similar type of stroke that dismissed Athenaeus in the last game when Kyle Mears, another seamer, was bowling. He chopped on in that game as well.
Yeah, Athenaeus once more trying to hit that delivery too straight, too square, rather. Perhaps got a bit too close to it for him to hit it so square. Good work by Jermaine Blackwood chasing that ball from slip and evading boundary.
Exquisite drive from Athenaeus.
Change of length from Parnell. Gone fuller on this occasion. But that's meat and drink for Athenaeus, and he holds the pose. Beats Rodman Powell, catching extra cover all the way along the ground into the boundary. What class from the youngster.
There was some movement, but again, prolific through the offside. He picks up another boundary to end the over. 10 from it, 65 for 2.
Solozano. All day Solozano. Don't know how to approach. Don't know how to approach it.
65 for 2. Things relatively comfortable at the moment, even after losing a couple wickets. The Volcanoes.
Solozano, this is not white close cricket, buddy.
Already seen 3 options used by Rodman Powell. Now we'll see a 4th. Couple of left-handers out in the middle, so off spinner Brad Barnes comes into the attack.
You going, Brady? Keep going.
Good bit of fielding by Royal. Barnes starting a bit too short on this occasion.
Oh, Jesus, peace.
Quite interested to see the field that Powell sets for Solozano. Right now, the only real aggressive field placing is that slip. He's got mid-wicket, long off. Does have mid-on in the circle. He only has 2 fielders outside the circle, and of course, you're only allowed 2. 3 deliveries to go in this power play 1. The reason I say that, Sally, is because you assess those 2 knocks from Solozano in the tournament. Yes, he's got 95 runs, but they've come at a strike rate of just 64. Teams have used him to build pressure and put pressure on the man at the other end. Also had the highest dot ball percentage, but this will be runs. Finally off the mark after 8 deliveries.
Yeah, Solozano is someone who takes his time in constructing his innings. Seems to understand his game quite well. You would want to see him improving that strike rate, but there is lots of time in this game. Perhaps bringing some calm to the situation. They lost 2 quick wickets, remember that.
It's a 3rd. This game is far from over. The change of bowling works for skipper Rodman Powell.
It's the first wicket to the off spinner, tossed up and luring Ali Atenez into a loose drive outside our stump. Takes the edge and he's caught easily by the fielder at short third. He goes for another start. Volcanoes 3 down now for 66.
Fellas, don't strike. The striker get licked in the head. Man, I play test cricket. Fellas, I'm more selfish man this never seen in the world. Nobody is selfish like this.
I Fletcher tell me, sir.
More selfish man this in the world.
The batting woes continue for the Windward Islands Volcanoes beyond that opening pair. End of the first power play. It's the first time in the tournament that the Scorpions have registered 3 wickets in the first 10 overs. So a small victory for Captain Robin Powell, and he's rewarded with a point. Kevin Hodge has come to the middle. And the trend of seam from this northern end continues. Odin Smith now.
'49 list A matches, 57 wickets for Odin Smith, best with 5 for 65. He was good in last game for Scorpions.
If you observe the Scorpions and Royals doing the leading, this is the wicket of Athenaeus in the last over, trying to go over that extra cover position where he's so strong, but the matchup working, going away from the outside edge. Brad Barnes has his first. If you listen to Royal and the Scorpions, they're going really hard at Solozano. They sense there's an opportunity here. All of a sudden, 3 wickets lost in just 4 overs.
Yeah, the energy has really lifted since that first wicket. Since Solozano got to the crease, all of a sudden, you can hear so much chirping, led by Royal, as you mentioned. Also, you can hear Chadwick Walton behind the stumps.
Pretty much the perfect way to get off the mark.
And the perfect way to keep the opposition quiet. There was a lot of chirping at Kevin Hodge as well. This one was on the up, but he did have enough room to free his arms. And it's a classical cover drive. He was good with the ball, Kevin Hodge. We hope he can contribute with the bat today.
Yeah, Andre Fletcher in the way. Now slip goes out. Just takes one cover drive. An extra field in that offside ring. And the field would suggest that length. He's got backward square, fine leg, and deep third as 3 out of 4 fielders on the boundary. Doesn't have the 4th at the moment.
Yeah, he is someone that normally likes to bowl a further bit back of a length. Likes to hit it that hard, Odin Smith. And he'll try to vary his pace in an effort to outwit the batters.
Again, You cannot write off the Jamaica Scorpions just yet. It is pressure out there in the middle, pressure on the Volcanoes.
And this is disappointing. The Volcano batters are just finding a way to let the Scorpions back in. They're just checking to see if that front foot stays behind the line. And it is a legal delivery. So Dean Smith into the attack. And it's only taken him 4 deliveries to get a wicket. And he gets that of Kevin Hodge. Going for the pull. Holding out to short mid-wicket. 4 and out, Kevin Hodge. 71 for 4, the Volcanoes.
It is as hot as a Bunsen burner in the middle at the BLCA. As Sunil Ambrose comes to the crease at number 6. He's got a very healthy average, close to 40. But all that won't faze Odin Smith and the Scorpions. They're on a run. 4 wickets taken now in the last 30 deliveries. They've only conceded 35 runs. The short ball plan continues to Ambrose now.
Yeah, Ambrose is here because of this very soft dismissal from Kevin Hodge. Short delivery, and it was really wide. He had to fetch it from way outside off stump. Could only find Javier Royal at short mid-wicket. It was an opportunity for Kevin Hodge to buckle down and score some runs. Made a valuable contribution with the bat. They've let the Scorpions in though.
Another eventful over, 71 for 4.
This is not test cricket out here. Only played for 1 cut here. Only played for 1 cut here. Bad on test. Bad on test. Solos, you're not from Dominica, you know, Solos.
It really is the collapse.
That keep him up, Graf?
A mighty collapse as well. 4 wickets now lost for 31 runs. It's amazing how both these teams, Shakira, have had some deep batting woes.
Yeah, senseless cricket at times, you must say. And the most disappointing thing has been the amount of experience in these sides. The batters have just seemed clueless. They fail to adapt to the situation, adapt to the wickets. Just can't understand the tactics as it relates to batting. There seems to be no clear template of how they're going to score runs.
Oh, jeez, Solizano! Yeah. Oh, yes, you're ready for Australia, Sully. You talk about the best, man. Oh, Lord. Oh, yes.
Seems to be a real lack of patience from batters in both sides. And it leaves you wondering just how much the Volcanoes in particular are focusing on getting those bonus points. They seem in a real hurry.
Oh, yes.
Made an over, 71 for 4. Yeah, only 88 runs needed from a lot of overs. 38 of them at their disposal. But they've lost 4 wickets. And after this spare, you can say it's really only the all-rounders Springer and Edward to come. Could make for interesting viewing. Time will tell. Last over, Shakira, you mentioned the approach by these Volcanoes batters, and I understand this is how Alec Athanaze will play. He's been very aggressive in this tournament, has been fearless, and that's what we've promoted. But to your point, would you maybe like to see him show a bit more restraint?
Yeah, he spoke to it. He mentioned it. He mentioned how he just seems to lose focus every time he gets a start, every time he feels as though he's settled. I suppose perhaps when he gets to maybe around 30 or 25, just has to remind himself, a conscious reminder to settle down again. Or perhaps to start over. This one slapped through the offside by Sunil Ambrose. And it goes all the way for an important boundary. He gets off the mark, Sunil Ambrose.
Will relieve some pressure. May have just missed his line. Plan is to bowl short. He's got those 2 fielders deep on the onside, but that one won't really threaten Ambrose.
Yeah, that one not only too wide, but it never really got up. He was hit well in front on that occasion. So no real pace in that delivery. He has 3 fielders on the boundary, all square of the wicket, so he has to get the ball a lot higher.
Look at them, they're happy. They sense something. Good to see them smiling as well. And the fact that they've kept the fight on is important, because after 4 overs, they were 34 for none, the Volcanoes. They could have easily given up and said, well, they'll run away with this quite easily. But Powell made a few bowling changes. The one of Parnell got the first wicket, and they haven't looked back.
If you're a Volcanoes fan, though, you'll be thoroughly disappointed. First wicket at 41, and they're already 4 down. Scores only 76. They still only need to score at just over 2 and over, so lots of time. But they could risk losing the opportunity to get another bonus point. We also know how fragile this middle order is, so now they have to be very careful.
And the Volcanoes have been in some excellent positions this year and have underwhelmed. Athanaze and Charles have scored over 40% of the runs, but more importantly, have got them off to electric starts in that first 10 overs. But when they've gotten out, they've struggled to even go at 4.5 runs per over in the other 40 in the innings. They've lost 30 wickets Shakira Selman in that 40 over period. 76 for 4.
Oh, yeah, talk to me now. You glad? Umpire, say, I can't say no when you talk to me, Scott. You must talk to me. Let's go, everybody. Off stamp on? Thank you.
The opening pair produce. Scorpions competing despite scoring 158. So Curtly Ambrose alongside me. Quite interesting, the situation of the game, given the fact that this is the 7th ranked team playing against the 8th ranked team. How would you assess what you've seen today?
The first half went clearly to the Windward Islands Volcanoes to bowl the Scorpions out. But the Scorpions really bounced back and have picked up 4 wickets so far. I think the batting up to this point from the Volcanoes are irresponsible.
Oh, Jesus, peace.
Like I've said all along, DG Ganga, nothing is wrong with batsmen who want to be positive and go on the attack. But it has to be within reason. Has to be some common sense in the approach.
Gone across the line, just enough bat to clear the fielder in that mid-on position. Kruna Bunner giving chase.
Shortish delivery. Didn't get hold of it, but enough to clear the fielder at mid-on.
That's much better. Picked the length of that delivery quite quickly, and Solazano latches on to it.
That's exactly what he tried to do. The previous delivery. Didn't get a hold of it, but there was no mistake this time. Struck it and struck it well. High, hard and long over mid-wicket for 6.
Very graceful from Solazano. Driving to that long off position, showing his balance of the back foot and front foot. 14 overs gone, and he's 6 for 4. Match 19 in the balance, you can say. Scorpions, they were bundled out for 158. The Volcanoes, when they looked set to control this run chase, lost 4 wickets in quick time. Still 73 required. So Curtly Ambrose mentioned batters being irresponsible. Looked at the dismissals of the Volcanoes batters. I feel there's an issue with shot selection. Look at Alec Athenaeus trying to drive the ball on the up after being well set. It's an off spinner spinning the ball away from him. That's high risk. manage a thick outside edge to backward point. Andre Fletcher, needlessly trying to get a single off the fumble, committed himself to the single. Had no response from Alec Atenez. He was gone via run out. Then Kevin Hodge trying to pull a ball from wide outside the off stump, as against cutting it through the offside. That's a selection issue. So again, batters are going to make mistakes, but when you're a team that hasn't had a win all season and you find yourself with a run chase of 159, you must zero in and focus a little bit more and get the job done. Don't leave it for anyone else. Take full responsibility for the run chase.
The way the batters started, like they wanted to get these runs in 15 overs. They've lost 4 wickets, and all of a sudden there's some pressure. This partnership is going to be very important between Solozano and Ambrose.
Worked away nicely. Ambrose has played the 4 previous matches, scores of 19-10, had that 51 against CCC. Last score of 13 against Barbados, so indifferent in terms of his form. Solozano didn't play the first 2 matches, then got that half century against CCC as well, and a 40 in the last match. So his confidence will be high.
The required run rate is less than 2 runs per over, DG Ganga. So what's the rush? Lots of overs to go. 35 after this one. What is the rush? Play sensibly. You build a partnership here. It puts the pressure back on the Jamaica Scorpions. But if you continue to lose wickets, the pressure will be back on you as a batting unit. They don't come any easier. Less than 2 runs and over to get.
And the ideal opportunity to find form if you're a batter. No pressure with that required rate. Chance for you to prep yourself for the remaining matches in this tournament. Maybe a semi-final spot.
Over.
4 from the over, 90 for 4. After 15 overs, Volcanoes ahead of where Jamaica were. Jamaica only managed 158, way below par. In these conditions here at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy, Fabian Allen now with the ball.
He's got an opportunity to do something special, Fabian Allen. Because I reckon if you're batting at number 10, simply means you're in the team as a bowler.
Just 3 wickets to his name in the tournament.
Oh, Jesus, please, Fabi. Like the start, Fab.
Three fielders deep onside for the left-hander. How will the field change for Sunil Ambrose?
Da da dee, da da da. Da da dee, da da da.
There is that sweep offside. There's a long off, a long on, and a man at deep mid-wicket, Sheldon Cottrell. So 4 fielders outside the circle. Robman Paul not wanting to put additional pressure on Ambrose in that 30-yard circle. Singles come in quite easy in this phase of the innings.
This is a phase of the game where Windward Islands Volcanoes tend to struggle a bit. Always get off to a wonderful start, the first power play. Then they struggle a bit in the middle overs and then usually finish strong. So this is an opportunity for both Ambrose and Solozano to at least change that. It's a small total to get, really, so there's no added pressure.
Ready. Run out, bowlers. Back up.
Was searching for that single. Ambrose already down the pitch, trying to woo Solozano to come through and respond. Solozano not risking his wicket for a run. Doesn't find the gap, so pressure building. Just 2 from the over, 92 for 4. Six bowlers used so far by the Scorpions. Quite a few spin options already shown by Robman Paul. Royal, who opened the bowling with his left arm spin. Barnes got the wicket of Atenez. Kanudin Smith prize another wicket. Had that wicket of Kevin Hodge, virtually gifted. What Ambrose has done well so far in this brief stay at the crease, he's been able to turn the strike over nearly every time he's faced deliveries, 9 from 10. But he's not getting the same response from his partner, Solozano, who is 13 from 33 deliveries. So it's something that Solozano will have to work on to ensure that he breathes life in this partnership.
There was a wide call from a short delivery and also one for the over. Well, I am not in agreement.
Might just want to have a look at that from side on, check the height. Sir Kirtley.
What harm could that have done? Partnership building quite nicely. 24 from 37 deliveries. If these two could bat at least another 10 overs, DG Ganga, then it simply means that they'll be very close to their first win.
You think that this partnership is slowly tilting power in favor of the Volcanoes. Again, these two teams haven't secured a win all season, and you just never know what a win can do for a team as they move deeper into the tournament. That shift in form can trigger a great sort of energy to take a team through into a semi-final and to a final, to winning a cup. I did mention when both these teams were listed on screen, the top 5 players have had the chance of playing international cricket, so there is a minimum sort of expectation from the likes of Robman Paul, Johnson Charles, Andre Fletcher, players who are able to handle pressure, who are able to strategize properly as the game is unfolding, to give their team an advantage. He's been short of runs. Jermaine Blackwood, more a red ball cricketer for the West Indies. Cut sweetly to point, just for a single. 5 runs coming from the over, 97 for 4, and we will have a Blue Waters drinks break.
Regardless, on the TV or on the field. Good.
Wickets for 65. Congratulations to Guyana Harpy Eagles, going on to win by 56 runs against the Barbados Pride. Well, a drastic shift in that run chase. Barbados Pride, they were 81 without loss and then lost their 10 wickets for just 65 runs. What a game we've witnessed in match number 18. Gudakesh Moti with a 5-wicket haul, leading the Guyana Harpy Eagles to an important win. Back here at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy, well, it started off as an easy run chase. both Johnson Charles and Alec Atenez. They were making light work of the target before Charles was caught behind. 41 was the partnership, and then Fletcher in at number 3 attempted an impossible single. He was run out. Atenez, after being well set on 36, he fell to Barnes. Kevin Hodge didn't last long. Odin Smith got the better of him. And Solazano was left with the task of scoring the remaining runs. A nice partnership between himself and Ambrose. So far, 26. And they need a further 62 runs of 33 overs, the Volcanoes. So not the most impressive display of ball and bat, but two teams searching desperately for form and to stay alive in this year's Super 50 Cup.
What we do know for sure is that one of these two teams will register their first win of the tournament. Who will it be? You'll have to stick around with us to find that out. As we see Fabian Allen just about ready to continue. Has got the 1 over so far, only 2 runs. Can he produce some magic?
You've seen Fabian Allen bowl in all phases of the innings. Today not allowed to bowl in power play 1, being introduced in power play 2. Usually he bowls with good economy. What Rahman Paul needs at this time is, of course, a bowler who can penetrate the opposition batting, create wicket-taking opportunities. Not a lot of time and runs to play with.
Certainly not. Wickets are going to be important. Too many overs left with not a lot of runs. So you need to take some wickets to stay in the game. And Chadwick Walton, the wicket keeper, very animated, does talk a lot.
Trying to get into his mind. Chadwick Walton using a bit of psychology. Soft whiff trying to distract the batter. Just nearly found the outside edge, so Fabian Allen creating a few problems here so quickly.
A little bit too full for that cut shot. Ambrose has got to be careful. You talk about Chadwick Walton trying to use a little psychology. Well, we all know he attended the UWI in Barbados. I wonder if he studied psychology.
I don't think so. Even played for CCC during my time, so quickly, Ambrose. So he has been around the regional setup for quite a while.
Wait. Solos.
99 for 4.
Ambrose, like how me and your friend, we can't get a game. And you said me and your good friend.
Cottrell was expensive in his first 2 overs. Parnell, Barnes, Odin Smith, wicket takers so far. Can Royal prize a wicket here? I really would like to see Rovman Paul be a little more creative with his field placing in the circumstances. Put a little more pressure with his fielders, getting a little bit closer to the batter. Some more attacking fielders, maybe a silly mid off or a silly mid on. Cut behind point, late enough. .100 comes up for the Volcanoes, leaves them with just 58 runs required in this run chase.
The run in between the wickets is not the best. Look at that. Pulled it back, he was safe, went through the boundary ropes, and both Ambrose and Solozano only got 2 runs. Unacceptable, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, yes, just run!
And that's one of the reasons why, even in international cricket, when we play against better teams, better opposition, and we can't get the boundaries, we struggle to rotate strikes, rotate the strike, pick up 1s and 2s, because we're not accustomed to doing it. The running between the wickets is absolutely necessary. But here in the region, it's a bit of an issue.
I like this. Sweeper offside comes in to cut 1. More pressure. Ball turning into Solozano. That's the sort of creativity I was making mention of. Andrew McCarthy not playing today, a substitute fielder on for Cotterell.
That's it, right.
So in these circumstances, as a captain, you've got to find a way to build more pressure, create more dots. Maybe just entice that big stroke that will prompt the batter to take a little more risks. 19 overs gone, 103 for 4. Just over 12 overs of dots already in the innings. Volcanoes, they've only faced 19 overs in this run chase. Gets it through. That's nice. Use of the feet to get onside, to access the ball offside. Fine stroke from Solozano.
It was a good shot. Gave himself a bit of room. Played it very late. He knew exactly where he wanted to put it. And with no fielder in the deep, it was always going to be 4. That's good cricket from Solozano. Gives Rovman Powell, the skipper, something to think about, and the bowler as well.
We often talk about captains making sure that they're well aligned with bowlers, with plans. With this sort of field, Paul should be telling Fabian Allen if he has to it must be on the full side. Last thing you want is for Solozano to find the gap of a short delivery offside. We'll prefer him driving the ball through that offside and maybe creating a ball and court opportunity with the ball turning in.
Or even bowl a little bit straighter, forcing the play on the onside, because you got all the protection. Very good partnership building here. 37 from 56 deliveries. That is exactly what the Volcanoes need.
Just a slight hesitation from Ambrose. He was thinking about going back, stayed front, and negotiated that delivery quite well for a single. That's a perfect length for Fabian Allen to be bowling on this pitch. Worked away onside. 7 runs coming from the over after 20 overs, 110 for 4.
Oh, almost a caught and bowled. I think it was just short. Maybe Royal got slightly impeded by the non-striker there. Let's have a look. Could he have got there? No. Well short of him. Nowhere near the non-striker either. Again, slightly uppish, but into the gap. These two have done a very good job. Ambrose and Solozano. Partnership now 40 of 60 balls. Have really taken the sting out of the situation. There was a while there where the Jamaican fielders were really getting very vocal. They thought they had a sniff, and they've just quietly gone about their business. Apart from that, what is that? Big shot. It's going to be a catch at mid-on. Well taken by Odin Smith. So now, do Jamaica have hope back again?
It leaves you to think, Matt, if the Windward's team is really aware of the situation and the position that they're in now. Sunil Ambrose, he's gone for 15. The score is now 111 for 5.
Nelson has struck 111 for 5, the Windward Islands, just when it looked like they were about to break the back of this chase with this partnership between Solozano and Ambrose. Ambrose goes, and that brings Shamar Springer to the crease. Been batting very sensibly, and then from nowhere, a big slog sweep. It's done by the extra bounce. It goes straight up in the air. Good catch, actually, in the end by Odin Smith. He had to back pedal a bit, but he kept his eye on the ball. Got those big bucket hands out in front of his eyes. So now, Jamaica will have their pecker up again. You just wait, just listen. Listen to the noise around the bat. It's going to go up a level again.
You would want to think, Matt, that being in the situation, him and Solozano sort of dug them out of a hole somewhat and bring them back into a good position. And we've been speaking for a while about being aware of the situation. There you go, delivery It's quite full as well. Don't think the shot was on. Sunil Ambrose just taking a whack at that one. Somewhat similar to how Barnes got out earlier today against Cyrus. So he's just been aware of the situation and played the situation well.
Decent effort by Royal, but it's going to be another one. Every run counts from here on in. 113 for 5. Big job for Solazano now. 25 off 50, 1-4, 1-6. He's batted sensibly. He's got to marshal the all-rounders and possibly the tail through to this run chase. Not too far away though, is it?
Springer,
159, the number that they want. Jamaica got to leave it all out there, haven't they, Kesrick? They've got to empty the tank here, the bowlers. Get your best bowlers on. Whoever's going to challenge the batters that are in the most. Put as much pressure as possible on them. Mid-off coming up there. I think that's a good move. You can't give them free singles.
By the look of things there, Matt, it looks like Jamaica have a plan. So far, I'm not seeing those 5 Ps executed by the Windwards. Had a conversation with the head coach. He was telling me about the 5 Ps he implemented in the setup. Sort of changed the brand of Windward's cricket. Those 5 Ps are planning, the process, creating pressure, being patient, and also being positive. Not seeing the plan properly here. And in terms of getting to this target, I'm not seeing a process. They're not being positive enough either.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing the patience. Because at the end of the day, Jamaica, they're bowling well. They're setting attacking fields. They have to get wickets. They can't bowl dust, but the way how they're getting wickets, they're applying a lot of pressure.
Oh, it's getting a bit nervy out there. There's another P I'm going to add in there, a 6th P. It's called prodding. They've been prodding the opposition with some of the chat that's been out there. That man, Walton, has been leading the way. Mental disintegration. A la Steve Waugh. It's been very subtle. Yeah, very quiet in the tournament up until today.
Oh, yes, yes.
Can add a lot more Ps to that, Matt.
You have to feel now, you have to feel now.
He won't stop. He's going to keep going while they're in this situation where they can win the game. I'll take that though, the Windwards. 3 singles off the over. 1-1-6 for 5.
Watch it, Rocky, watch it.
That Red Worm well ahead of the game at the moment. 5 wickets down. That's the only issue for them. But these two bat for another 25 runs or so. That should be it.
Conversation that we had earlier, Matt, was if they had this in the bag, the Windward Island Volcanoes. And I could remember saying that they have brought 2 facets of the game together today, which they haven't been doing for the entire tournament. They have been playing well, but playing well in patches. But today, they brought 2 facets of the game together, which is their bowling and fielding. And then you asked if I think they will take it over the line, and I said I still want to see how they would bat, how they would go about things, knowing that if they win this game, the only thing that can take them to even a possibility of qualifying for the playoff is the point system. Just wondering if they went to bat with that in mind.
Yeah, he'd say that Jamaica haven't really adopted the new brand that Sammy wants to see, Darren Sammy, with the bat, that is. Still playing quite a traditional form of the game. A lot of experienced players, batters who tend to nudge the ball around, really, and they hope that Rodman Powell can utilise a platform in the last 20 overs or so. It's going to be one, relatively tight. A run, I think, in the end. But the problem this year is that Rodman Powell's been coming in way too early, and that's not his strength. Let's just see how close this was. I think Springer, despite the hesitation, still comfortably in, yes.
I like the fact that he mentioned where he came into bat this year, because last year they were striking it at about 7 in power play 3. That's because they had a batter like Brendan King at the top to really push them, and obviously he got the 3rd most runs last year, so he's really missing in this team. Rodman Powell do the destruction at the end.
Over.
118 for 5. Very important partnership, this one. This could be the game, this, Springer and Solizano. Harry Edwards having a decent tournament with the bat. Kenneth Denver can also contribute with runs. There's so much time. That is irrelevant, really. It's just about the runs and how quickly they can get there or get bowled out. Jamaica continuing with the 2 left-arm spinners.
Bring him forward, bring him forward.
They just need to quieten them down again.
That slug sweep coming out.
Like the previous partnership of Solizano and Ambris. These two keep chipping away. Make it 10, make it 15, make it 20. And Jamaica soon will realise that they haven't got enough runs to play with. Otherwise, they're going to feel they're still in it.
Well, Jeremy Solizano is still there. Played over 12 matches in his Super 50 career. He's averaging over 40. 1 century. Strike rate a little low, but that's not really a...
Good call in the end. Because they went straight away, they're going to get 2 here. Had they hesitated and waited for the fielder to dive, might have only been 1, but they were positive.
That's what they should be doing now, being positive. That's one of the P's in there, in the 5 P's that the coach is trying to implement in the setup. But Jeremy Solizano, he has 100 at the list, at listed cricket as well. That 100 is actually against the Windward Island team in 2009, 102 off 118 balls.
No, he's doing a really good job for his side here, Solizano. Taking the singles that are on offer, not taking too many risks. That's exactly what's been required for a fragile batting lineup in the middle overs and the back end. That's probably why Jamaica have been so vocal, because they know that the Windwards always start well and then tail off in the middle overs and the back end. Solizano at the moment holding it all together. 122 for 5.
There you have it, Jamaica bowling there, fighting back.
Right.
Javert Royal. 7 overs, 1 for 25 so far.
Sensible batting, isn't it? Everything from Solozano is with the turn at the moment. He's not trying to often hit against the spin, only if he gets something short and he can cut you through the offside. But this is exactly what was required from the situation they found themselves in when they went from 41 without loss to 71 for 4. You may have heard also when Solozano came in that Bruma Bonner and a few other Jamaican players were saying, oh, 2 test players in now, lads, referring to him and Alec Athanaze. I think they were sort of saying it was a wind-up, but he is a test player. Played 1 game back in 2021 in Gaul. A rather unfortunate test debut for him. Ended after 24 overs in the field when he got concussed. He was hit at short leg by Dimuth Karunaratne, Sri Lankan batter. Replaced by Shea Hope as a concussion substitute. Didn't bat. So he's had a test debut but hasn't batted in it. So he'll probably feel like it wasn't a proper debut. Just gently reminding him, the Jamaica players, of that, I think. Good over from Royal, a tight one, but still no wicket. 1, 2, 3 for 5.
Masraf!
'It's only 36 runs, you know. Windward Islands should do it from here. They haven't been able to get over the line yet in this comp. Great opportunity for them, Kesrick, to get the win, and they'll get some bonus points too. Got at least 4 by my calculation. Has he got a little nick on that? Late appeal, you'd have to say, from Chadwick Walton. A bit hopeful.
That's what you will get from Chadwick Walton behind the stump. Very vocal. Good energy as well. Someone that can keep the team together.
Oh, sweet.
It's almost like he caught the ball there and then thought, oh, I better appeal, just in case. I don't think he was convinced there was a nick. Big wicket, though, this one of Solozano. If they can get him now, it all changes again.
Really think he was a good addition to the Windward's Volcanoes setup. He has a good start so far in the Windward Volcanoes uniform. Obviously, that first game he scored 55. And then the next game he scored 40. It's a good start. He's on 33 now. Would love to see him going on and get a 50 and take his team home.
Oh, chipped. Bit of luck there for Springer. Chipped it quite straight. Yeah, never really going to be a fielder there, but not exactly where he intended the ball to go.
Keep going, Fab.
That's beaten Rovman Powell. Might be 2 more if they run quickly here. Comfortable in the end. $127 for 5. Not long to go now. Will it be the Windwards who can get over the line for the first time, or can Jamaica pull something out of a hat here? Such an important game, isn't it? Remember, neither of these sides have won a match. The loser is probably out of contention. Cut hard, just short of Fabian Allen, who's an excellent fielder. Backward point to the gully line. Either side of him, it was 4.
Such a good fielder, Fabian Allen. Probably have taken some of the best catches you'll ever see here in CPL. Easy single. That's what they just need to continue to do, just taking it wrong. At this point, they cannot study the batting points. They have to just try cross the line. That's the situation they put themselves in presently. Just require 1 run over it. They're going at 4. So they're not doing too bad.
I think most sides from this situation, you think, right, this is a done deal, but the history of the Windwards of late just makes you doubt yourself a little bit. They haven't won their last 10 run chases in this competition, which is extraordinary. And they've lost 7 of their last 8 in the Super 50 as well. So they're a team that has almost forgotten how to get over the line of late.
That's the thing about cricket, Matt. So they get accustomed to losing. So you sort of develop that losing formula. I've been in teams before where we lose 6, 7, 8 on a trot. So we sort of get accustomed to that losing culture. So what winners want to do, they want to develop that winning culture.
Quicker ball to finish, but another couple of singles knocked off there. 1-2-9 for 5.
Solo now push the ball over there.
It's been slow but steady. Kind of expect it when both teams are looking for their first win. There will be some nerves involved. And to his credit, Solozano's patience is the reason why the Volcanoes have a good chance to win this game. We get another single. Hello to Shakira Salmon. How do you assess the first 28 overs, Shakira? 27, correction.
It's been an interesting and bizarre 27 overs. Windward Island Volcanoes got off to a flyer. But then found a way to let the Scorpions back in. To their credit, Scorpions have been persistent. They've kept believing and fighting.
Come on, Bratsky. Come on, Bratsky. Come on,
But you would have
Bratsky.
expected it to be a lot easier than this.
I'm looking at long off for especially Solozano. And I understand ball going away from him. You want that protection, but you've only got 28 runs left now. Can he afford Rodman Powell to bring that man in the circle? Ambrose was dismissed trying to go over mid-on. Don't think Solozano will take on the man, but you just never know. Maybe he could look for a way and see it as a way to score and then hold out in the circle. A long on in place for Springer as well.
Yeah, the reality of the situation is that with that single, now the Volcanoes only need 26 runs from 134 deliveries The only way Scorpions are going to win this game is if they continue to take wickets. So I agree with you. Bring that long off into the circle.
Won't get to the boundary, but they've scored off every delivery in this over. Very critical in relieving pressure. And yes, it's a traditional approach, but this has worked. So Lozano and his grit, resilience has worked. 55-40 and now 40 again in this tournament. Didn't play the first couple of matches. Six from the over, 1 through 5 for 5. Windward Islands 24 runs away from a change in fortune. Had some close losses in that 4. The 10-run loss against the Harpy Eagles here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, lost by 2 wickets to CCC. Both these teams, 4 games, 4 losses. Royal. Oh, arm ball.
Yeah, almost outfought Shamar Springer. Javier Royal, that arm ball. He didn't pick it until very late. Jimmy Allen, excellent again at backward point. Once more, though, Nikhil, I just think perhaps bringing that fielder long off for Shamar Springer. He's only 8 of 21 deliveries. Clearly just looking to milk the bowling, hang around for as long as possible.
Run out chance, big chance. This will be close. And could we have another twist to the tail? They think they've got their man.
I'll tell you what, if he's out, it will be the second run out of this innings. So it will mean the Scorpions have an additional bonus point. Hit straight to Jeremy Blackwood, good throw, and he's well short, Jeremy Solozano. All of the hard work undone. The Scorpions are elated.
Has to depart. And as you said it, Shakira Salman, a bonus point for the Scorpions for inflicting 2 runouts. And Solozano, if they get over the line, he'll be a big part as to why. But he's gone for 40. 1 through 5 for 6.
Oh Lord! What? Yes, I'm come! Hey! Hey! Hey, Larry, no, here, Larry!
There's belief. Seen some good cameos from Larry Edward in this tournament. Got an unbeaten 20 against the CCC in just 17 deliveries. Commotion, confusion, and chaos. Springer thought it was a comfortable one. So Lozano, to be fair to him, accepted the call and went straight through, but well short in the end. And they believe. But Edward is capable. Right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, he got 32 from just 23 in the last game against the Pride. However, they were batting first, and it was very different.
Is here, boys.
All of a sudden, you just feel the temperature increase out in the middle. And Powell has got a man in front of Edward, as well as Slip, and has extra cover very close in a catching position.
Still has long on for Larry Edward. Perhaps because of the innings he's seen from Edward.
Jesus, please. Yes,
It's really good to see a man in front of the bat. Just ask different questions of the batters. You spoke about perceived pressure. This should be easy. But you can clearly tell it's not going to be. Edward almost pushing that one into Rodman Powell's lap. At short leg.
And Chadwick Walton deserves a lot of credit. I think they're in this position because of his encouragement. Even when they were going through that partnership with Ambris and Solozano, he kept saying, believe. He's been vocal and boisterous behind the stumps today. 1-3-5 for 6.
Jangi, you just make the man play a fine front foot.
Has been the story for these two teams. The batting has been a massive problem. Scorpions bundled up for 158. The Volcanoes, at one stage, you thought they were cruising. They were 40 without loss in the first 6.
And you know when Larry comes down, you have problems, you know.
Brad Barnes. Just haven't found the balance, Shakira. They've been very good, one of the best power play teams. Average 66, exactly what they got today in those first 10. But as soon as you dismiss Athanaze and Charles, it's been a capitulation. If they can blend that patience. Trying to trouble again. No, I think he's got there this time. But we will have a look. Maybe very optimistic, this appeal.
Yeah, just panic continues to show in this Volcano setup. They haven't been convincing with their running between the wicket. And that could have been much closer had it been a better throw from Blackwood. He makes it home safely, Larry Edward. In the end, not out, loaded on the base screen. He'll be relieved to see that.
Kimbo, you come fish. You come cross.
But they've just gotten themselves into a position where they feel as though they're under a lot of pressure. Only need 23 runs.
Remember that Guyana game? They were cruising, and then pressure upon pressure. Fletcher was stranded. Ryan John was the last wicket to go. He was run out. They faltered under the pressure. 23 will seem like a mountain to climb, especially if they lose another wicket.
Yeah, we just wonder, Nikhil, if they ever got over that first game, which they should have won comfortably. Just never seemed to get over that.
It's interesting to see Captain Rodman Powell at that short leg position. You don't tend usually to see the captain go into there. Often it's the debutant or one of the more inexperienced men, but he goes out now for Springer.
And we've seen it many times with Kieran Pollard. He too put himself there on many occasions.
Hey, Brad!
Thought about the ramp.
Right, Ravi?
Decided against pretty probably smartly in the end.
A 750 bottle of
Now, this is the
alcohol,
problem.
This is 40%.
He blocked so many deliveries, Shamar
You
Springer.
drink that?
And now he feels as though he has to create something.
Oh, Jesus, peace.
That one
Right, Ravi?
skid on. End of 30 overs, 137 for 6. Cottrell and Parnell expensive, but every spinner today going at less than 4 runs and over, and they've kept the Scorpions in the game. Can they defend 22 runs? Seems quite unbelievable that we're having this discussion. You thought at the halfway stage Fletcher and his men would knock this off quite easily. The surface has had purchase for the spin, but it hasn't been anything overbearing. Fabian Allen, would you agree with that, Shakira? Has it been surface or has it been decision making from the Windward?
Yeah, it's obviously decision making. When you look at the way most of the batters were dismissed, Fletcher trying to go for an impossible run. Johnson Charles charging, the pacer being tucked, gloving to the keeper. Ali Atten is trying to hit over the top. Caught at short third. Sunil Ambrose trying to go over mid-on. They were all pretty simple dismissals. They all pretty much give away their hands. They weren't outfought in any way. I can't remember a brilliant piece of bowling that resulted in a wicket. I keep thinking maybe they got carried away with trying to get those bonus points, which they do need if they're going to get themselves in contention for that semi-final. They'll all be disappointed. Just know they're in so much trouble they could actually lose this game.
Very fortunate, because there was a slip in place. Javor Royale may have just saved the boundary with his footwork. It's been over 11 overs since we've had a boundary here.
Looks to be a good piece of footwork by Javor Royal.
Oh, him a go score now. Oh, him a go score now. Oh, Larry a go
So
score
again,
now.
it's not a boundary, just 3 runs.
Another thing for consideration will be the batting lineup for the Volcanoes. Mentioned earlier that Fletcher has come at every position between 3 and 7 in the 5 matches. Ambrose has batted at 4 and 6. Tevin Walcott has been in and out of the team. It's only really the openers that have been set. Ryan John, right of screen, not playing today. That'll be something for the coaching staff to look at going forward, especially if they can get the win. 142 for 6. So Lausanne on top scoring. Couple of runouts. They'll reflect on that, the Volcanoes. Especially the one of Fletcher. It was so early in the innings. They had just lost Johnson Charles. And the spin continues.
And Akil, we've spoken extensively about how fragile this middle order is. You've also mentioned
Hold on, Pop. Larry not such a good batter. Come.
the fact that they've chopped and changed on a few occasions.
Come up.
But it's not as though
Get up, man.
the guys in the middle order haven't contributed. Sunil Amber's got a 50, Calvin Hodge got a 40, Andrew Fletcher himself got a 50 and 2 30s. So they've scored runs, they just haven't been able to put it all together at the same time.
That one they easy on the Ravi.
Perhaps they've been chopping and changing because they're yet to get that win. So desperate attempts to find a way to win.
Pressure.
Wonder why Fletcher came so
Pressure.
early today. You just wonder if he wanted to continue with the tempo at which Johnson Charles would normally score up.
This is what pressure feels like, Larry.
Or perhaps as captain, he wanted to play a big part in getting closer to that total. He ended up giving his wicket away though.
Space and Larry cannot score, boys. Here comes a space. Will he slug sleep? Oh yes. And Brad is looping, boys. Humps, give Brad a cricket ball and take away that shot put.
There's no need for a commentary. Chadwick Walton is doing it all by himself.
Oh yes, Brad. Brad.
Made an over. 1-4-2 for 6.
Ah, gee. I don't know what.
The Volcanoes 17 runs away from securing a win. They'll be hoping that they can win today and then progress against the Hurricanes and Academy. They've on 6 points coming into this game. So if they can get the 4 from today and let's say they go on to win those 2 matches, they'll get at least 12 points. And then we'll hope for a few bonus points here and there, maybe to get them to 30, which could give them a chance. That's been the beauty of the bonus point system. Teams have lost but still competed because of the bonus points. Probably more than the teams that have actually won more games. Springer takes him on and executes brilliantly well. A first boundary in 79 deliveries. Boy, did they need that.
What a relief by Springer here, boys. Oh, God.
He's nailed that, Shamar Springer, and he had to because there was a man waiting at long off. He easily cleared Sheldon Cottrell, but it's a really good shot. Good use of those long levers by Shamar Springer, and it's a crucial maximum.
Oh, he asked the question why long off was in place for that shot, Shakira. He was in with a shout. It's Cottrell there at long off, but really had to execute it, had to nail it.
I mean, he cleared him quite easily, so he might as well be in the circle at mid-off. Ask him to do it again. Just 11 runs away now.
A lot of pressure on this boy's shoulder, boys.
You can hear Chadwick Walton reminding them to keep believing. He's saying they just have to out Shamar Springer, and they're still in with a chance.
Trouble. Returns home safely in the end. 148 for 6.
3 from 14 ball. Yeah. I'm pissed that one. Yeah, make fish
Look at the Scorpions and their remaining fixtures. Again, they'll be searching for a win today to propel them further up that table. They've got Trinidad and Guyana as their next 2 and final 2. Won't be easy for them.
Oh, yeah, wait, listen.
It's also the beauty of this tournament. The new format this year
Oh, yeah, wait, listen, Larry.
meant that every team played each other.
Fish head, skip us for warm up.
A lot of planning. Constant adjustment.
Larry still going in danger zone, and I'm going back to 5 runs in arms.
And if you get in that top 4, you really deserve it. Come a few weeks from now.
Yeah, each team has now played more games than they would have in recent years for this Super 50 tournament. Good feeling once more with Royal. But what that has done is it's given players more opportunities to showcase their talent.
Larry, send here. Here? Here? Yo. Larry. Larry.
It's no longer 3 or 4 games.
Larry, send here.
And that's the only opportunity you have to put up performances and perhaps get into West Indies team.
Extras go to 19, including the 5 penalty runs they acquired in that batting innings of Scorpions. But just imagine, they would take about 15 of those runs now.
Go.
2 is the call. Yeah, it's been that type of day. Chaotic with the running between the wickets from both teams. 150 comes up. 150 for 6 after 34 overs.
For the Volcanoes beyond that opening partnership. Runs very hard to combine. The Volcanoes, they need a further 9 from 96 balls. Is there still hope for Jamaica Scorpions? Kesrick Williams alongside me.
Asking a question like that, DG, it's kind of surprising. I was hoping that I would not be sitting here, but Jamaica obviously is still looking to win this game. They're still confident. You can hear the chirping from the keeper.
Just a single. Scorpions, they need 4 wickets. Volcanoes, now 7 runs.
It's just amazing when the game started and the way how they bowl. They were looking down the tunnel to get all these bonus points. Could get 2. Larry Edwards just settling for 1. And as I was saying, DG, they were looking down the tunnel where they can get full batting points and bowling points out of this game. They did very well in the bowling department. The momentum finished in their half. So you would think they would have came out with that sort of energy and momentum with their batting. being in this position now, it makes you think what's really going on with their cricket. When a team need 6 or 7 runs or so and the keeper is still setting this sort of field, makes it look like they still have to score about 90 runs.
Went for the big stroke, tried to finish the game, but made no contact. He's still there, Springer. End of the 35th, 153 for 6.
Big whack at that one. Springer trying to finish the game early. Bit too full for that shot. Windward's dugout. Bit of smile in the dugout. Probably should be thinking that this game should have been finished already. Larry Edward, 6 runs from 23 balls.
Chance now for Shamar Springer to hit with the turn. Tried the slug sweep in the last over. Didn't make contact. Was hitting against the turn now. Still watchful. Waiting for the right delivery. Shamar Springer to finish things off. 21-7, 6-23. His previous efforts with the bat, already 19.
This is probably the best Jamaican Scorpion I've ever done. Power play 2 for the tournament so far. Really, I would say disappointing from Windwards, if you're being honest. Usually been getting starts throughout the tournament. Today, they turn up with the ball and they feel pretty well. And then the batting, I would definitely say it's a letdown. 159. 35 overs being bowled. They would want to be doing more with the bat if they want to go on in this tournament. There's a possibility that they can maybe get into the playoff. But with this sort of performance, you would want them to do better. The score is now 155 for 6.
Four required now for the Volcanoes. Must give credit for the Scorpions and the manner in which they've bowled. They've competed despite scoring a below par total. This stage, it's really the Volcanoes finishing things off. Not the quality expected in the contest. 2 decorated teams with quite a few international players. And there it is. The celebrations will erupt for the Volcanoes because they've secured themselves their first win of the tournament. 4 points for the win in this year's Super 50 Cup. It's been hard fought. At times a little bit painstaking to watch in the run chase, but Rovman Paul again will suffer another defeat. It's their 5th consecutive loss this season.
Not a record they would like, DG. After winning the tournament last year, coming into this tournament as a champion, losing 5 consecutive games. Shaman Springer just giving himself a bit of room. Pushing that one through the offside. Really well played, giving himself room, punching it through the offside, picking the gap nicely to finish things off. He finishes on 24. Windward Volcanoes take their first victory by 4 wickets. They have some thinking to do, but we'll see how it goes after we find out how much batting points and bowling points they got from this game. Winning is winning at the end of the day. Not how we'd want to win the way how they started, but well done to the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Pleasantries being exchanged from both teams. It's the first successful chase for the Volcanoes in 11 matches in Super 50 cricket, so a significant landmark for Andre Fletcher and his men. The Volcanoes going on to win by 4 wickets today. Not ideal, the batting effort, but surely lots of positives for the Volcanoes to take going forward in this tournament. Well, the Scorpions, they continue to search for answers with their bowling, their batting. Andrew Richardson, their coach, will be frustrated. So just to reflect on match number 19, the Volcanoes in pursuit of 159. They got there eventually, taking just about 37 overs in their run chase. Required a good effort with the bat from Solizano, who scored 40, held the innings together. That was after the openers put on 41. Athenaeus looked very good once more, 36 from 28. And he got a little bit of support from Johnson Charles. Springer finishing things off in the end for the Volcanoes.
I would say a really good bowling card for Jamaica Scorpions. Bowlers really bowled well. Royal going for 2.8, taking 1 wicket. Parnell really bowled well, 1 for 22. Odin Smith, 1 for 18. Allen almost finished his quota of overs, went for 40. So they really bowled well. I think the bowlers did a very good job, but it just wasn't enough runs. They fought straight through. That is something that they didn't really show throughout the tournament. Today they show why they won last year, because of their bowling. The bowling attack really stood out today and really fought hard for them.
So the bottom of the table clash has resulted in the Volcanoes going on to win. They secure their first win in this year's tournament. Jamaica Scorpions still search. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have more for you. Right, a look at how this win has affected the table. The Volcanoes, they'll be happy with that win and their bonus points. They've moved to 16 points overall. The Scorpions still at the bottom in 8th position. Two teams battling out and unchanged in their position in the points table. The Red Force at the top alongside CCC, Hurricanes and Pride in that top 4 position. The MasterCard priceless moment. It was Andre Fletcher with the ball, not with the bat. His first wicket in Super 50 Cup 2023 when he had Fabian Allen playing across the line. Well caught by Shamar Springer and a jig to add to the celebrations. Right, so as we look to wrap this match number 19, we'll go straight down to Nikhil Uttamchandani, who's got the awards post-match presentation.
Welcome to the post-match presentation of this match 19 in the CG United Super 50 Cup. Before we get going, of course, we'd like to thank our official sponsors of the series who have made this possible. CG United, the title sponsor, MasterCard, DafaBet, Blue Waters, and Visit Trinidad. Now, first order of business, of course, is as always the CG United Player of the Match, and collecting his award today from Anisha Moore Rampasad, the team leader of non-motor underwriting at CG United. Sherman Lewis for his 3 wickets in his 4-over spell with the new ball. And now Sherman will just listen to you for a few words. Sherman, missed a couple games with illness. This must feel really good. How does it feel really after to collect this award?
It's a great feeling. The confidence from my team and the encouragement from my family. It's a great feeling out here today.
You removed the top 3. What was the plan when you got that new ball in hand?
I always just go there to back myself and work with the team plans.
What has the role of Andre Fletcher been in your development over the years now as captain?
It's been very encouraging and he supports me a lot. So I want to thank him for his encouragement all the way.
You've also been in and around West Indies set up at both the one international level, even in the red ball side for a couple of years. How motivated are you, Sherman, to do well in this tournament to get back into that team?
Well, precisely that's my goal, to get back to the West Indies team and work very hard from here.
And just finally, what will this win from a team perspective do for the confidence of the group going forward?
You give it confidence and looking to push to win the tournament. So.
Really well done today.
Thank you.
That was the player of the match, of course, for his brilliant 3-wicket spell with the new ball, removed the top 3 of the Scorpions. We'll now ask Robman Powell, captain of the Jamaica Scorpions, to come up. Robman, another tough performance for you guys. Put this loss into context for me.
To be honest, it's tough. You know, it's been a tough season as a team. You know, but today the guys show some fight. You know, after scoring 160, I think we really made a game of it.
Where do you think your biggest problems have lied this tournament?
I think it's a lot of inconsistency in all 3 departments. You know, if you look on our batters, none of our batters have accumulated 200 runs so far, and we already gone 5 games. You know, if you also look on it, none of our bowlers, especially our spinners, aren't closing in on 10 wickets. You know, so when you look on those things, if you're struggling in both departments, then you're gonna get results like we getting.
Saw Odin Smith and Fabian Allen come at 9 and 10. Just give us some insight into those decisions.
Yeah, it's you know, sometimes when you're playing poorly as how we're playing, you know, there's a lot of decisions that have to be made, you know, some tough ones. And, you know, after losing so much quick wickets, you try to slide in guys that are less aggressive, you know, to try to soak up some balls, soak up some pressure, and hopefully build just a little 30 or 40 runs partnership so that those guys with the power can come and express themselves.
On a more positive note, you mentioned the fight. What impressed you about the way your bowlers were able to take the game deep in this innings?
Yeah, I think we always, when we sat in our meetings, we talk about our bowlers bowling at the stump in 50-over cricket in the Caribbean, you know, and I think today they bowl, our spinners especially, bowl at the stump a little more than they did in the last 4 games or so, you know, so that is some positive. I think also the guys fielded well, you know, but having said that, I think also Nkrumah Bonner batted well.
What needs to change for these last couple of matches?
I think everything, you know, everything in the sense of we as batters, we have to do better. You know, as senior players, we have to carry our weight a little bit more. And as bowlers, we still have to find ways of getting wickets.
All the best going forward.
Thanks, man.
That was Robman Powell, captain of the Scorpions. We'll now ask Andre Fletcher, who will be a very relieved man. Andre, it's good to see you. Describe the emotion after picking up that first win.
Well, it's a good feeling, but I'm not happy, to be honest. It should be a convincing win. We were trying our best to go after the points, which we all know play a very important role in the tournament. So, yes, it's good to have a win under your belt, but at the same time, you don't want to win games like this. You want to make sure that you send a message to the other teams that you have to play. Just staying on the batting, there were some nervy moments in there. What do you reflect on most watching that batting performance? Well, it's good that we kind of, I would say, assessed after losing a few wickets. Solozano played a very good anchor role, and he and Sunil, even though Sunil got out softly, but at the same time, my thing is we have to try our best to value our wickets. Especially when a team is not doing too well and you get that opportunity as a batter to bat as long as possible. Don't leave it to another batter to come. Always take that mantle and tell yourself that you want to carry that team home. On your bowling perspective, Daryl Cyrus, the leg spinner, has picked up a wicket in every game he's played this season. 4 in the first game, now he's got 3 today. What has impressed you about the way he's come on and developed? As a leg spinner, to be honest, Daryl has a lot of control, great control, and you know, as a finger spinner, we all know sometimes it can be difficult, but with him, he's trained hard. He always putting in the hard work, and I'm very, very happy for him. Don't want to sideline him, but also Sherman Lewis, you know, missing out a few games. He was ill, and coming in today and picking up those 3 quick wickets for us actually set us and peg back Jamaica team. So it's good that the guys, you know, doing well. But I would also like to have an all-round team performance where we can sit back and say, okay, well played today to our team. I can't let you leave without that decision to bowl yourself. You have to give me some insight into what went into that. And also, Fletch, you batted from 3 to 7 this tournament. What role are you playing in this team? Well, to be quite honest, I came up because we were trying to, you know, get the batting points. Unfortunately, I got run out. But with the bowling, I always believe in my bowling. The wicket was assisting the spinners. And, you know, I didn't want to put any added pressure on the fast bowlers. They did a great job. As we saw, Springer bowl only 1 over. But, you know, sometimes we have to be, as a captain, I always believe in being proactive than reactive. And, yeah, sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. But as a skipper, I'm open for any, you know, correction. And I'm just happy that it went our way. Congratulations today, Fletch. Right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Nikhil Chandani. More cricket coming your way beyond the Super 50 Cup. It will be the England tour of the West Indies in 2023. First one-day international to be played in Antigua, then on to Barbados, and then there's the T20 International Series. Of course, you can get your tickets for the West Indies versus England series, which are available online. Go to tickets.windiescricket.com and there's already a 20% saving including in that package. So get your tickets and be part of the action. Talking about action, well, we have more coming to you. Will be the Hurricanes up against the Pride. That match will be on the 2nd of November. We'll be live on air from 12:45 p.m. local time. More excitement, more fun will continue in this Super 50 Cup. For now, thanks for your time. It's good night and goodbye.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Come on! Come on! Get him! It's over. Come on! Get him! It's over. Come on! It's over. Come on! Catch it! Oh, yes! Hard luck, boy. Hard luck, boy. Good try. Good try. Catch it now. Let it go. Come. Yes, Scotty. Ay, ay, ay. Catch it now. Let it go. Come. Yes, Scotty. Ay, ay, ay. Catch it now. Let it go. Come. Yes, Scotty. Ay, 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 Scotty. Catch it! Well done. Catch it! Well done. Well done. Give me that. Not bad, Scotty. Go, Scotty. Keep going, Scotty. Just be patient with me. Got him! Get it! Bellingham. And that did Catch on! Yeah! Catch on! Yeah! Go now! Boom! Take your cap. Take your hat. Yes!